It's not me. Especially when I said.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, that's loud. Excuse me. I'd like to call the special meeting of the Anaheim City Council to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call roll?
Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Wabakala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Present.
Let the record show we have all 7 members present.
So the first item on our agenda is going to be our flag salute led by Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz. Will you please stand and place your hand over your heart?
Join me in pledging allegiance to the country that we all love.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, do we have any additions or deletions to our special meeting agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Okay, so moving on to our workshop. I wanted to welcome everyone to our Anaheim Convention Center and to our strategic planning workshop. Today is not the regular meeting that everybody is used to. It is a very unique opportunity for us to challenge ourselves to think differently about what we are doing in the city of Anaheim. So we are here at the Anaheim Convention Center to take ourselves out of our usual routine at City Hall. We hope this setting provides us and our council and all of us here in our community, our stakeholders, our residents, our business leaders, our community leaders, our staff, a chance to foster a dialogue that leads to actual new free thinking in our city. We are here to advance Strategic Plan Anaheim, an initiative to set priorities and guiding principles for our city in the years to come. Months of outreach and engagement have brought us here today, and I want to highlight a few of these achievements because I believe that the process we use is just as important as the end result. So since October, the Strategic Plan team has hosted 8 pop-ups in every district of Anaheim. They were out at our parks, soccer games, schools, a shopping center, a library, and our very famous annual Halloween parade. We had an event at the Anaheim Marketplace, which helped us engage with our Spanish-speaking residents and friends. And our strategic plan survey was open to residents to share their thoughts from September to January. And all in all, we heard from over 770 residents through that survey. We also engaged with our employees with 380 survey responses. Today, we're going to go over those findings and what we heard from our community and our employees. We are going to continue the work of forging a strategic plan for our city through exercises and discussions. We are looking to set high-level priorities and guiding principles for our work as a city council and for the work and give direction to our staff. A strategic plan is a set of guidelines that helps guide our thinking about our budget and where we want to prioritize our spending. And it'll be a guide for yearly as well as long-term work and plans for our city departments. A strategic plan will also help bring into focus a central vision, mission, and goals for our city of Anaheim. I do want to reach out and thank Councilmember Meeks for raising this at her first meeting and spearheading this effort. And I applaud our entire council for embracing and championing a strategic plan process and everything that goes into it. And I want to thank the residents as well as our staff who participated in this process. And everyone that is here today, thank you very much. We know that it is the day before Super Bowl Sunday, and we know that it is a Saturday. And so we appreciate you guys coming out nonetheless. And please know that we will make sure that your time with us today is well spent. This is meant to be an enriching and informative day for a better Anaheim in the years ahead. So one matter of housekeeping, following our normal practice for workshops, we will open up to public comments at the end of our session, consistent with how we do it at City Hall. So with that, I would like to thank Baker Tilly for their hard work and for guiding us through this process, and turn it over to them and our strategic plan team to take us through our city workshop.
Thank you, Mayor. Great introduction. When you're done being mayor, you can join our consulting team. Good morning, everybody. My name is Steve Mermel. I'm with the firm of Baker Tilly. I want to introduce the rest of our team today, Carol Jacobs and Mary Losey. And we're pleased to spend the day with you. And I'm just going to jump right into it. But again, to the mayor's point, the council should be commended for committing to the strategic planning process. Anaheim is a big, important city, and adopting a strategic plan, taking that big step, illustrates your commitment to planning for the future of this great community. So again, already you're winning. So let's talk about what we're going to do today. We have some objectives. We're going to spend some time to really, the morning is about laying the groundwork, so you'll be sick of me after a little while, but we're going to lay groundwork about how important a strategic plan is. In a moment, we'll do a fun little icebreaker for you. We're going to review the goals that we heard from the council, from the community, from your employees. We're going to delve into the strategies that were developed to further those goals, and we're going to spend some time talking about mission, vision, and values. So our agenda is broadly set out here. Some things that I will ask you to keep in mind as we work through the day. This is meant to be informal, or about as informal as this type of a setup can be, with microphones and a crowd. But you're away from City Hall, you're away from the dais for that purpose, to get you to be a little more comfortable, not so stuffy, not the normal formal council meeting. So relax, enjoy today. It's meant to be fun, and I promise you, at the end of the day, you're going to feel like it was time well spent. So some things to keep in mind, some ground rules. Please listen and understand the points that others are making. Let's focus on the future for the city, because that's what this is all about. Stay focused. Try to avoid the temptation to pick up that phone. Now, it's a Saturday, so maybe you don't get so many texts or emails. And we will take a few breaks here and there as needed. And if there's a need to course correct, please speak up if we're going off the rails. And along those lines, we have a sheet of paper over here entitled the bike rack. Someone may mention something that is important, but not really germane to what we're doing here today. If that should happen, we're going to write it down on the bike rack, and depending what it is, we'll work with the city manager to triage that and figure out how best to circle back on that issue. It may be follow-up at a subsequent council meeting. It may be something handled one-on-one. It may be a discussion we need to tack on to the end. But just know, if you have something important to add that we need to get to at a different time, we can put it there. All right, now I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Carol, who's going to do a fun little icebreaker for you.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, Council. Carol Jacobs with Baker Tilly, and so happy to be here. Anaheim is, I'm an Orange Countyan, and so I've been to Anaheim many times, just like everybody else, and it's a great town, and have really enjoyed working with everyone in Anaheim so far. As a council, you don't get an opportunity very often to kind of get to talk to each other, right? You got that silly thing called the Brown Act. And so what I'd like you to do today is, I got 3 questions for you, and I wish I had my glasses here. And I'll give you a few minutes to think about it, and then I want you to share these answers with us so that we can all understand better, and you can understand your colleagues a little better. And I have always been fascinated by why you would want this job. I know it's the pay, right? Because there's so much money involved here. And it takes so little time, right? And it doesn't take you away from your families and your other commitments, right? So why would you run for council? What inspired you to want to spend the next 4 years of your life with your colleagues in setting the direction for Anaheim? What about your service on the council do you find most satisfying? My suspicion is that when you were a candidate, you had a certain idea of what being a council member was like, and then when you actually got in the seat, you might find it a little bit different. So what about being on council is really the most satisfying for you? And what's your legacy? At the end of your term, what would you like to see Anaheim be different? So I'm going to give you about 10 minutes. You can do it. Yeah. Are you our overachiever, council member? Well, let me give everyone a few minutes to think about that. I don't want to put anybody on the spot. Give you a few minutes to think about that, and when all the pencils are down and everyone's looking up, we'll start with Councilmember Diaz. Okay? All right, looks like everyone's done. Councilmember Diaz, it looked like you wanted to share first, so I'm going to start with you if that's okay. Mayor, is that all right with you? Is it okay if I go around the room this way? Okay.
Can everybody hear me? Yes? All right. So it's always, I never thought in my life that I would be running for office. You see these, you watch the news and TV and you see these members of Congress bickering about something that you don't even figure out what they're bickering about. Accusing each other, being called names, and why would anybody want to run for office? But then I'm very close to Beach Boulevard, and I say this with my heart. It was abandoned, from the city abandoned Beach Boulevard for 40 years plus. Not completely, it was some intent from the city to do some work here and there, but it was never a strategy, it was never a long-term goal looking at Beach Boulevard, how we're gonna fix this. And then you look at other places like Manhattan in New York, it was a disaster in the 1980s, 1970s, a lot of crime, with partnership between the city of New York and the private sector, it completely transformed. So it's doable. I knew that it was doable. Also, by watching city councils, a lot of national politics was tried to bring into city council rather than concentrating in the stuff that city councils should do, which is take care of the residents of Anaheim. We don't take care of the border. We don't take care of what happened in Sacramento. We don't take care of all the stuff, we concentrate in Anaheim. My kids almost, I spend a lot of time taking care of my kids, soccer, baseball, marching band. When that time of my life went away, I had the time to now to do the other stuff that I know I can do. And that's what motivated me to run for office, right? So second question. Do I go to the second question?
Do it all. Let's do it.
What about your service on the city council do you find most satisfying? It's the simple stuff, when you have that resident that is struggling with something and you find a solution, that means a lot. You really found a solution for that problem. That's the most satisfying for me. What legacy would I like to create? I would like to see Beach Boulevard. By the way, we cannot fix any problem in 2 months. People think that, oh, we elected Jose Diaz, man, this week, Beach Boulevard going to be full of new buildings and commercials and housing, all that. It would take 20 years. It would take 20 years. But at least now we know we have a plan. We have a long-term plan. We have a strategy. And we have a committed city council and committed staff to do that. That's going to happen with Jose or without Jose because the system is already in place. That's the legacy I want to see. I want to see West Anaheim transform into a better place.
Thank you, Councilmember. Those are wonderful, wonderful thoughts. Councilmember Leon.
Thank you. I definitely echo my colleague about seeing West Anaheim thrive. Definitely look forward to that. What inspired me, I was that kid that used to watch Channel 3 sometimes. So there was always, an interest of wanting to serve in some capacity. And so for me, really, the core of it was making a positive difference or trying to make a positive difference in the community that I grew up in. That was the core reason why I decided to run. Most satisfying about my service, there's a few. Obviously, as my colleague also mentioned, working with city staff on addressing constituent issues, it is rewarding to see or to hear from a resident that's been struggling about something, and we've been able to resolve it. Engaging with residents on almost, I was going to say daily basis, it's not a daily basis, but on a constant basis, and being able to just interact and hear what some of the issues are in the neighborhood. And then being able to bring in community partners and different resources and information that we can provide for our residents that can help them like today, right? The resources and tools that are out there to help someone who might be struggling with whatever issue it might be. But being able to guide them to that has been really rewarding. And then for the legacy, I know, there's a number of projects that we would want to get going with Brookhurst and Little Arabia. And obviously activating some sites that are either not in use right now or just kind of empty space in District 2. But more than that is, I think, just being able to inspire other Anaheim youth to get involved and to potentially run for office or serve on a commission or do something to also give back to their community. So that is something that I would hope to leave behind.
Great, thank you so much. I'm going to call you Councilmember Natalie because I don't want to embarrass myself with your last name.
It's just as it's spelled, so Rubacava.
Rubacava, okay.
So what inspired me to run for city council is I have deep roots in the city. I'm fourth generation. I still have 4 generations of people living in my district and in surrounding districts. So to have somebody represent our city who has lived here and understands the needs of the community was one of the things that really motivated me to run. I never thought I would want to serve on council seeing how council members were treated by members of the public, but it did when I realized that the person who was in my district, representing my district, wasn't really doing what I thought was necessary for the people of Anaheim in District 3. That was really what inspired me to run, to make sure that we were getting the basic needs met. So clean, safe communities, beautification projects, making sure that we had housing initiatives that were met, economic development opportunities, workforce issues. So in a nutshell, that's one of the reasons why I ran. What about your service on the city council do you find most satisfying? So I do completely agree with being able to work directly with residents. That is very satisfying, but my dad is a 40-year veteran of the city of Anaheim, so being able to work with city staff to see how passionate they are about serving the residents of Anaheim really has been one of the most rewarding things for me. Our city has been beat up, if you haven't been watching the news, for a very long time, I would say at least a decade. So for me to be able to go into City Hall and see that a lot of the things that are being said are not true, and that the people here really do care about seeing our city move forward, that really has been one of the most satisfying things for me. And then serving with people on council who love our city. So everybody who's here now has either been born and raised or have very deep roots, own property in the city, love the city. So for me, that's been, I've been lucky. The legacy, so for me, I don't want a building with my name on it. I think for me, it's more leaving Anaheim better than I found it, and making sure that we have economic opportunities for people who live here. I want to see housing that is accessible to people who work in Anaheim. I want to see our city employees being paid higher than any other city, since we are the largest in Orange County. And I also would love to see just a cleaner, safer. I would love for Anaheim to be seen as the safest city in the state of California. So for me, those are, in a nutshell, a couple of the things that I would really like to see.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That's really important information. Mayor.
Thank you. I know some people have heard this story, but I think I agree with Councilmember Diaz. I liked being involved. I also am a native Anaheimer, and I liked to be involved, but never thought I would run for public office. I was very happy to, I call it like one toe in, one toe out, serving on commissions with the Community Services Board, being involved with nonprofits that serve the city of Anaheim, and I was very comfortable doing that. But when I bought my first home in Anaheim and then started raising a family in Anaheim, it gives you a different lens to what's going on in your city. And specifically, I remember having conversations about being with former Mayor Tate, going to Eucalyptus Park with a brand new baby and a 3-year-old that was just trying so hard to be potty trained, and going to Eucalyptus Park, and there was never toilet paper in the park. And so do I put the baby back in the carrier and we go home? Like, what do we do? What's the backup plan? And I would have these conversations at church on Sunday with Mayor Tate about why is there never toilet paper in Eucalyptus Park? And he said, if you're so mad about it, why don't you run for office? And I said, well, maybe I will. And you know, and I had thought about it, and then I got pregnant with my third and just put it on a shelf and just returned to my family. But it always kind of stuck with me because I thought that there were just voices in the community. I mean, toilet paper in Eucalyptus Park is a micro issue, but to me it is symptomatic of larger issues of what cities should do. And our voices of young mothers being represented, our voices of women in general being represented. And I just have that philosophy that, you know, cities are charged with delivering basic city services, and if we can be that city where everyone looks 50 feet outside their front door and they are happy with the world-class delivery of services, then we're doing our job. And that still to this day inspires me in the work that I do. I think for me, what is most satisfying, I think interacting with our Anaheim kids and our Anaheim youth, and just looking at the dreams and the possibility and the potential of, you know, what they want to accomplish, what their dreams are, what they want their city to look like, inspires me every day. And to echo some of my colleagues, I think whether someone contacts me because they're satisfied with what the city did or they're a little bit upset with something that's going on in the city, being able to fix that problem and then restore their faith that the city is working for them. I think that's always something that really makes me excited when I drive back into the garage at City Hall. I think the legacy that I would like to create is twofold. I think externally, I want Anaheim to be a beacon in not just Orange County, but in California in general. You know, a beacon of progress, a beacon of innovation, a beacon where people that want to devote their life to city service want to work and end their careers in Anaheim. And I think internally as a city, I want people to have that sense of pride that I had growing up, that I live in Anaheim. I am proud of the city that I live in, and it's something that you should be jealous that you don't live here and you didn't get to grow up here. And I think that that's something that as a group that we can really work together and deliver that.
Thank you, Mayor. I love the toilet paper story. And I think more council members have run on something like some small issue like that than I could probably count on one hand. Mayor Pro Tem Campos Kurtz.
Thank you. Unlike my council peers, I didn't run for office. I wasn't elected, I was appointed. And while I've worked for legislators for the last 25 years that served the city of Anaheim, one thing I noticed was that although Anaheim was the largest, or is the largest city in Orange County, it had no senior center and no gym. A room at the Anaheim Community Center is not a senior center. And I was getting angrier about that as time went on. So when it came time to either apply or not apply, no one else was talking about our seniors and resources to them. So that's what inspired me to put in an application. I wanted our senior population to have a voice, to get more resources, and to eventually get a senior center in our city, at least one, if not two. The things that I find most satisfying are actually personally meeting with our residents in their neighborhoods, working with them to improve their neighborhoods and providing the services they need. There's nothing more inspiring than to take a walk in a really underserved neighborhood along with some city staff and public utilities identifying, oh, we need more lights here, and Public Works saying, you know, if we trim these trees, they'll have better lighting, safer streets, and code enforcement saying, oh, look, these folks need to be reminded that they need to take care of their property, so that, you know, 2 weeks after that walk in that very underserved neighborhood, things are changing. Very satisfying. But also meeting with businesses in the city to make sure that they have the tools necessary that the city can provide to help them be successful and have a safe business environment, so that workers, visitors, residents feel safe about shopping and doing business in our area. And also meeting with the organizations that serve the residents of our city. It's important. It's important to understand why they are basically in business. You know, why does a business or residents, why do they feel a need to work with the city through an organization? So I really enjoy doing that, find it very satisfying. What legacy would I like to create? Well, I think I answered the first time around. A senior center, or two. Also, since being on council, I've also come to realize how tough our housing situation is, especially for our workforce in Anaheim, be it housekeepers in the resort area or our police or fire, teachers. We just don't have enough, and I would love to be able to leave behind some type of platform with which we in the city of Anaheim can work to develop more housing, both home ownership, rental housing, across the spectrum of all our city. So that's one thing I'd also like to. Also like to create a city that, as was mentioned before, where we can hire and retain the best employees with the best possible pay and working for the city with a pride that is actually creates a jealousy for employees from other cities, that they just really look to our city saying, I wish I could be there, but those people aren't leaving.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Councilmember Meeks.
I was inspired to run, clearly because I'm crazy. No. I worked for Anaheim for 30 years, and pretty much my entire adult life was spent serving the city.
So you should know better.
And I should. And I retired, and I was really good at retirement. But there came a time when I looked at the city and the city council, and I felt like they needed me. I needed to go back and continue to serve my city in a different role, and that I could be a positive influence and hopefully, bring some professionalism and some history and some insight and help move the city forward. So that's my goal. What I find most satisfying is absolutely serving the community, serving the people. Just as I did as an employee, I always had a focus on serving the silent majority, not the handful, the couple of people that wanted to complain. And I was in public works, and people want to complain about whatever it was, a red signal or something like that they hit in the morning. No, there's a whole world of the silent majority, the moms that don't have toilet paper, the people that have expectations but are too busy working and raising their family and being productive members of our society to call and complain about every little thing. We need to be there for them. We need to set a high bar of standards for our city and meet that bar so that every time they walk outside, they are proud to be a citizen of Anaheim. And so that's what I like to do. And my legacy, this strategic plan is certainly part of that. I believe, as I said, one of my goals in running was to move the city forward. And I know there were things that we needed to address, and the city looked back and we addressed those, or we are addressing those, but we need to look forward. We need to stop rehashing, the past, and we need to say what's next for Anaheim, and the strategic plan is certainly a huge part of that, and us all kind of aligning in a direction. But of course, that's not all, because a strategic plan isn't anything without an implementation plan. So certainly the legacy I want is to start implementing these strategies and definitely moving us forward. I want to help create a culture or bring back a culture in Anaheim that allows the staff to think big and to be innovative and to create those synergistic projects that really change for the better what the city is. So that's my goals. It's just little.
No, it's just small goals, yes. Thank you so much for sharing. And Councilmember Fassel.
Well, good morning, everyone. These questions, this icebreaker activity, these 3 points I've been spending a lot of time with lately as my time on City Council draws short and my long-time service to my community draws shorter. And so what inspired me? Well, I was a volunteer even as a child at the park across the street. And I'd volunteered for just about anything in the city, and even as a younger person, even as a young adult, if something was happening in Anaheim, whether it was northeast, south, or west, probably Steve was there. And I was lucky enough, honored enough to be able to serve in a number of appointed capacities with never the thought that I would ever be an elected official. Because being an elected official, that was for a special category of person. And I knew that I was a pretty good volunteer. Although not realizing it, I had come into contact with a number of community leaders that, unknown to me, were mentoring me. And there's a few out in the audience today. I'm looking at a couple right now. And the time came where there was an opportunity, once we broke into districts, that maybe District 5 needed somebody with some experience. And I was successful in that run. And my last 8 years here, my 7 years at this point, has been enjoyable, a lot of hard work. There's nothing easy about being an elected official, as we all realize. What about the service to the city? It's simple stuff. It's like a 4-year project to get 8 feet of red curb painted so a resident can receive their mail. It's getting the potholes filled, the street lights fixed, connecting the residents to our professional staff, being contacted by a nonprofit. Steve, who do I talk to get X, Y, and Z taken care of? And again, after being connected to the city in one way or another for 3 decades or more, you tend to know people and where their expertise is. And it's always been an honor for me to be able to connect folks and get simple, as we've all said, it's the simple things. It's the toilet paper in the park. It's the tree limb that needs to be trimmed, or the cracked sidewalk. It's the simple stuff. The 50 feet in front of a resident's home. That is what is most important to our residents. We have to deal with big projects. But we often don't hear from the residents on those big projects. It's the simple stuff. It's the 8 feet of red curb. What legacy? Wow. External, the parks plan has my fingerprints on it. Be Well OC, our partnership there, was very important. That I don't think that family is here, but a family in Anaheim pushed me forward on that due to the family problem that they had, and we found out that we had no ability to help this young man. Again, there's never going to be a room or a building or a park named for me, and I understand that. I hope I'm recalled, though, as somebody that worked hard, collectively, collegially, with others, and with city staff especially. I feel very close to city staff all these years. As I was a kid in the park, the city staff helped raise me. And for that reason, I've always felt very connected to our staff, and yet today. So maybe I'd like to be recalled as someone that continued to push the needle. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. That was really impactful. You have a community of over 300,000 people, and you all are looking out for the individual and the collective. And you've just made my job so much easier today, because as you heard each other speak, you're all speaking about the same thing, right? It's that individual contact with the residents. It's the individual contact with the staff. It's connecting a person to resources. It's making Anaheim the biggest and the best city in the state. It's aspirational, so we're going to talk a lot about that today, and I just want to thank you for sharing that, and I hope that you learned something about each other as you shared your stories. And what you do is incredibly important, and we want to make sure that with this strategic plan, you have set the vision for the next 10 years, and there will be an implementation action plan, ma'am. But it's going to take some hard work, and it's going to take some choices, because you can't do everything, right? As you all know. So I'm going to pass it back to Steve, and he's going to take over on the next part.
Council member, I was going to make a joke. It's not often you hear a council member say they're hoping to be recalled. Sorry. Yeah, well, that's why I do this kind of work, right? Okay. So in each, we heard in each of your own words your vision for the city, and the commonality amongst it all, it's all very positive. You're aspiring to improve what is already a pretty good town. And trust me, when I worked in Pasadena, we would always lose good staff members to to Anaheim because it is considered today, and it's always been considered a real premier city to work for, and you have great staff that we've worked with. So how do you take that vision that's been articulated and move that forward? The way the world works is we get caught up in the day-to-day, right? The agenda comes out and you're dealing with this project or that project or this issue and that constituent. And what today is all about is stepping out of that and thinking in big terms like you just articulated about the true vision for the city. As council people, and a lot of times the public doesn't understand this, it's not your full-time job. You have city staff, you have a city manager and he has a staff, and they are the ones entrusted to bring your vision forward. So it's critical that you engage in today's activity to help set that vision and give clear direction to the staff so they understand what is it that the city council really wants to achieve, as opposed to just the regular conveyor belt of issues that come through every single week, right? So a strategic plan, what does it do? Why have one? And a lot of cities don't have one. And you can tell the difference between the cities that do and the cities that don't. It sets direction for the organization. Get everybody on the same page, understand what needs to be accomplished. And granted, it's in addition to all the other work that the organization does. When you look at your staff, most of them are doing day-to-day work, cleaning the parks, providing fire service, police services, human services, but then you create a little space to pursue the strategies and the goals we're going to be talking about today. It gets everybody aligned, and you set up an opportunity to periodically revisit your goals. Are these still the right goals? Should they be modified? Are these still the appropriate strategies to further these goals? This is something you should do on a periodic basis. So here's the elements of a strategic plan, and this is what we're going to be doing today. In your plan, important is to have your mission, your vision, and your values, so everyone knows what you're all about. That's what it says to the world. And then you have broad, multi-year goals. We've been working on this plan with the assumption that this is a 10-year strategic plan. Many of the people here today won't be working for the city or engaged with the city when you get to the end of the 10 years. That's why you're periodically going to review it. Within the 10 years, you're going to establish the first set of priorities for the first 2 years, and then you're going to establish priorities for years 3 to 5. And again, over time, those change and you revisit them. And then, of course, most importantly, development of an implementation action plan. Because what good is a strategic plan if you go through all the effort, print up a nice document, and then don't actually measure your progress in implementing it? That's key. So we're going to use some words and the concepts. The notion here is you pick a goal. Council's going to confirm what your goals are. And under each goal, you develop strategies to further that goal. And we're going to ask you to prioritize strategies the staff have developed. So this is our process, and I have to say this has been one of the most comprehensive strategic plan processes that I've been engaged with. We do this work across the country. And again, kudos to the city manager and his staff. When we get to the outreach and you see some of the statistics, the mayor reviewed some of those at the outset, you really went above and beyond what we see in a lot of other cities. So we started way back in July with council interviews, and I was being able to participate in that. It was great. And we did a survey of departments. We heard a lot from them. We understood what their workload is, what their priorities are. We provided guidance for the city to develop what's called, we call it an environmental scan. You'll see it in a minute. It's context because it tells you a little bit about your community because that drives everything that you do. We did an employee survey. We got great response from that. We did a community survey. We held a mid-manager and executive team workshop where we spent a day with your mid-managers, and we really learned a lot because these are people who've been with the organization a long time, and they understand, and they've seen it, and they're the ones doing the work, and they had a lot to share. And we did in-person engagement at the various pop-up events, and of course the city did a tremendous amount of outreach, and we'll cover some of that in a moment. One more little pitch. Stephen Covey, he wrote The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, he came up with this concept of big rocks. If you imagine if you had a pail, a bucket, and you had a whole bunch of big rocks and a bunch of little rocks, the big rocks represent the big things you want to get done as a city. And if you want to get those done, you're going to put those in your pail first. And then where there's room, you're going to fill in with the little rocks, and those are other little things you want to get done. Sadly, the way things tend to work all too often is we spend all of our time dealing with the little rocks, the little fires that erupt. Oh, this is today's crisis that we have to deal with. It's about this project or that issue. And you lose sight of the big rocks. You lose sight of the big things you want to get done. Those other little issues, they're always going to be there. But as a community, if you want to achieve big things and get things done, you have to engage and do what you're doing today. You have to identify what are your big rocks that you're going to put in your pail and get done. So we went over the process. We're going to flip things a little bit. Normally we put you through the mission, vision, values, and then we talk about the goals and the strategies. We want to get right to the goals and the strategies before we do the mission, vision, values, but we're going to make sure that you get through all of it. And then we're going to have you set some priorities. Any questions on today's process? So far, so good? So what we're going to do is I'm going to turn it over to one of the best PIOs in the state, Mike Lister, and he's going to do a little community overview. This is helpful context setting. Council knows most of this, but for the public, they'll get a lot out of it.
Perfect. There we are. Good morning, Mayor Aiken and Council, everyone who has joined us. As our colleagues at Baker Tilly mentioned, we will provide a community scan. This is a snapshot of where our city is today. It's meant to be a foundation for you as you think about guiding principles and objectives for us in the years to come. We will cover demographics, housing, finance and economics, our city budget, and public safety. So in terms of demographics, we are a population of about 330,000 people. Now I do need to provide a caveat here. This is the California Department of Finance number. The census actually puts us higher at about 340,000, but we do use the California number for consistency throughout our budgets. And very typical of other cities of our country, females hold a slight edge in our population. We have a very substantial young population. Our under 18 segment is about 63,000 people. We have a significant senior population at about 12% of our population, or about 39,000. And we are very proud to be home to about 19,000 veterans who make up about 3% of our population. Now, in terms of our demographics, the age of our city, well, our median age is 36. That makes us a millennial. For some comparison, the United States, the median age is 39. Our oldest state is the state of Maine at about 44. Our youngest state is Utah at 31. So as you can see, we're sort of in the middle there. Older countries, or what are considered older countries, Japan and Germany, would have a median age in the 40s of about 44. So you can see we are a fairly young city, and that is definitely an advantage for us. As you look at the different breakdowns of our population, we won't go through all of those one by one, but the orange line is meant to indicate where the core of our population is. So we have a very good balance. Basically, the core of our population will be between 15 and 40. Again, with a substantial young population and a substantial senior, but kind of with a big middle. Now, in terms of the ethnic makeup of our city, we have an incredible diversity. 54% of our residents are of Hispanic heritage. They are the largest group in our city. What is described as non-white Hispanic, white non-Hispanic makes up about a quarter. That would be the traditional white population. Asian is about 17, a growing segment. And while our region or county has not historically had a large African American population like you might see in Los Angeles or even San Diego County, we do have Orange County's largest African American population, which we are proud of. That is about 10,000 residents, or about 3% of our population. Now, amazingly, within our homes here in Anaheim, about 60% of residents may speak another language at home. That's a very high number, and of course, Spanish would be the predominant second language or first language for many. 35% of our residents have been born outside of the U.S. So we have a substantial immigrant population, and of course we have always been a city of immigrants from our founding to where we are today. Now in terms of housing, so we are home to about 112,000 homes. These are traditional standalone homes, apartments, mobile homes, everywhere where someone can live in our city. Our median home price, as you can see there, is about $800,000. Now, that is a challenging number without a doubt, but it does compare favorably with a median county home price of $1 million. So while both are very challenging, we do have a slight edge there over our county. Now, our breakdown of those who own and rent is 55% rent and 45% own. That is a very typical figure. For example, that would match with Irvine, which we often look to as a peer in terms of housing. Our median rent is $1,955. Now, I just saw a stat last night that actually put it at $2,000. I have no doubt it continues to rise. But again, while that is a challenging number, the average, or excuse me, median rent in our county is about $2,500. So Anaheim, while difficult to describe as affordable, we do have some advantage over the county as a whole. Now, we would like to think in part some of those slightly lower median numbers are because of our efforts to add housing over the past decade. So between 2014 and 2022, as you can see, we permitted the construction of more than 9,000 homes in our city, and that is an effort that, of course, continues beyond what you see here. Now, the breakdown of homes, you can see them there. These are breakdowns by federal guidelines based on affordability. Very low incomes, about 500, low income, about 200, moderate income, which gets close to the county median wage, about 136, and then moderate plus, which you would consider basically market rate, large number there. But again, all as an effort to add housing to our city, which benefits every category. Now, affordable housing is a particular concern. We are certainly proud of our track record here in Anaheim. Some numbers for you. We have about 3,000 dedicated affordable units at communities like Fenimore Place, which opened last year with about 100 units, all entirely affordable for families, including those who may be recovering from homelessness. Now, as we look beyond those 3,000 dedicated units, and excuse me, actually I think it's higher, 4,000 dedicated units, correct myself there. We have about 6,000 total affordable units, and the difference being those who may be supported by rent vouchers, living in a market rate community, but with housing vouchers from our housing authority. So to repeat, 4,000 dedicated units at entirely affordable communities, and then 6,000 total, including those who may get vouchers to help them live in Anaheim. Now, we show here El Verano, which opened a few years ago, 54 units entirely for seniors, a critical element within our city. And then 100 West, which is a bit of a hybrid product, for sale, including 30 affordable homes where somebody could have purchased a home at an affordable rate alongside market rate homes right next to them. Now, going to finance and economics. So among our population of 330,000 to 340,000, 67% of our residents are working, either in our city, throughout the area. Those who would not be working, of course, would be small children, seniors, or those who may just not be able to work. Our median household income is about $88,000. For comparison, the county's median income is $120,000. Now, we have a unique attribute here in our city. We are home to 25 million visitors a year. We are one of the most visited cities in the world, and for some comparison, Orlando, which obviously has some similarities to our city, would be the most visited city in the US at about 60 million people a year. Then you're going to drop down to New York at about 50, and Las Vegas at about the same number, 50 million. They might all be there this weekend as far as we know. Our top employers, Disneyland Resort, no surprise. What is interesting there, they are at a recent high in their employment. After the pandemic, they went down from somewhere around 31,000 to about 20,000. And since reopening, recovery, they are now at a recent high of 35,000 in our city. Kaiser Permanente, with a hospital, a large hospital and other facilities, is second at about 10,000, and homegrown Northgate Market, who we are very proud of, about 3,000. I should pause and tell you that with our population and our visitors, on any given day, we can have 100,000 plus other people in our city. So on any given day, we can have 500,000, 550,000 people in our city. So that is something to keep in mind as well. Now, our city budget, which you are well familiar, having gone through the most recent process, but a quick snapshot, our budget at its broadest measure is $2.9 billion. That includes everything, a large public utility, our general fund at about $462 million, which serves our day in, day out needs in our city. We have 14 departments, including city administration. We have slightly more than 2,000 full-time employees. And then I always like to pause and remind that we have something that many other cities don't have. We have 2 dedicated public safety departments. Many cities might contract with a sheriff or with a regional fire agency. We are proud to have Orange County's largest city police department and largest city fire department. We are also proud to be home to Anaheim Public Utilities, providing both power and water to every one of those addresses I mentioned, every one of those visitors, every one of those residents, touching their lives daily. There is no other city in Orange County that has that same combination. Then, of course, we have 67 parks across our city and 18 combination number of libraries and community centers. So good to take stock of what we have and what we offer our city. Then we did want to call out the amazing work that the Anaheim Police Department does, serving a city of the magnitude I've just described, and a city that, by the way, stretches 20 miles from west to east and is just an incredible geographic expanse. So in any given year, and this was 2023, the dispatch for Anaheim Police took nearly, or actually more than, 500,000 calls. Some of these could be calls for service, calls to report something, calls with a question. About 340,000 of those were general calls like I just described, and then about 164,000 of those were 911 calls with an urgent matter. So service calls were beyond those, maybe a general question, but where officers are actually going to be dispatched. We had about 131,000 service calls, and among those, about 66,000 of those were initiated by officers who may have seen something and responded to something. Now, of course, the other part of that equation is response times, and again, thinking of the magnitude of our city, the expanse of our city, priority 1, the most serious calls, which can be emergencies, in progress, felonies. These would be assaults, major crimes that we never want to see in our city. The response of Anaheim Police, 6 minutes and 42 seconds. For priority 2, urgent calls sadly might deal with domestic violence or other crimes in progress, 9 minutes and 43 seconds. And then we start dropping down to priority 3 and 4, where of course these are serious to anyone who's called. I know our department takes them seriously, but you will see slightly longer response times simply because of a balancing of priority. Priority 3, about 28 minutes. And then for priority 4, which could be a call to take a report, not exactly an urgent matter, a parking issue, we know that may be important to someone, but it may not be the same priority as 1 or 2. It may be a little bit more than an hour for those calls. But nonetheless, this shows the great work of the Anaheim Police Department. And with that, that is a good overview of our city as you start thinking about priorities for the future. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
One quick question. When you say response times, is this just for the police? There's not fire in here?
That is correct. Now, of course, our fire department does have their own barometers for their response time. We chose to focus on police on this particular occasion because we know we heard from the community during our outings on strategic plan that there was much mention of public safety on the police side. To our colleagues at fire, they of course do a fantastic job and play a critical role, and our chief is here should you want to expand on response times and the incredible work that Anaheim Fire does, but we did choose to focus on police on this particular slide.
Just to, that was a question that I had too. Fire is not included here. So what feedback were we getting from the community that prompted them? Was it public safety response and just having a need for more police officers and decreasing response times?
Generally, yes. When we went out to the community and asking them to think in large terms like you are all doing today, what you will generally hear from the community is slightly more immediate concerns. It could be about homelessness. It could be about waste pickup, or it could be about public safety in general. We heard many positive things about public safety, but naturally you will hear from a resident about issues they may be seeing in the broader news, street racing, retail theft, and issues like that. Generally a very positive feedback, but naturally whenever we go out to our community, we can generally tell you that the top things we're going to hear about will be homelessness, and public safety will certainly be in there, if not top 5, certainly top 3. And it generally just reflects a priority among our community and not necessarily a specific issue or incident that a resident may be having.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mike. Great data points, and actually perfect segue into our next set of slides. So we talked about how robust the outreach was. Now let's talk about what we heard from people during those engagements. So first of all, we started with the council, and it was great to interview all of you, and we heard some very positive things, that you work collaboratively, and it's a positive environment, and there's recognition about that, that there's desire to invest in the community, to improve neighborhoods, improve major corridors, improve the parks and open space and transportation options. Continue to think big. Think about the things, the people who built this city, they thought big. And the current council also wants to think big. Say, what are those important projects that you need to do to continue to provide value to the community? And improving community engagement. And we hear this in every single city. You work hard. Again, you have a fantastic PIO and communications team. No matter what you do, no matter how much social media, no matter how many mailers, there's going to be people say, I didn't know. And that's not your fault. It's just kind of the nature of it. And maybe if people are happy with that first 50 feet out front of their yard, then maybe they're okay and they don't really want to plug in and understand. But we certainly hear from the council that you want to continue to work on engagement. And the survey, again, it was open for a few weeks there. 380 employees responded. Obviously, the vast majority of them are full-timers, part-time, and then some other folks. And some of the things we heard from them is they recognize that the city is a high-performing organization, and they would like to see more in the way of promoting that. They're very optimistic, and they participated with a lot of enthusiasm. Employees recognized homelessness as an issue. Obviously, employees that work in your community centers and your parks in particular, because they come in contact with it every day, your police, your fire department. Not surprising, given recent events, is employees want to restore public trust in city government. And they've cued in on that. Public safety is important, and there's recognition of the need for affordable housing. Thinking big, the employees recognize the need to invest in infrastructure, investing more in public safety, and as we mentioned, affordable housing, improving major corridors to keep the commercial life of the city vibrant, and refurbishing and upgrading municipal buildings, maybe a new city hall. That would be great. So some of the themes: your staff is dedicated and hardworking, and they're dedicated to customer service. People go into public service because they're doobies and they're helpful. It's the same reason why you run for council. The people who work for your city feel the same way. They want to give back. They want to provide service. Again, addressing the commercial corridors, the aging infrastructure. There's recognition that you are a tremendous tourist destination, and people are coming here. They want to come here, and they like the amenities that you have to offer. Homelessness, you're going to see this throughout, and again, parks, open space, and being a safe community. So this is a sampling of the tremendous amount of outreach that the city on its own did. A number of social media posts, over 100,000 accounts were reached. You posted on all of your platforms, your city website, the survey, 770 responses, your newsletter, magazines, the city staff did a tremendous job in getting information out about the strategic plan, incredibly thorough. In addition to that, the city hired another firm, Kearns & West, and they did outreach as well, and they hosted pop-up events in different geographic locations of the city, and those were well attended and well received because they were associated with other events that the city had, and here are some snapshots and locations of where those were throughout the city. Over 720 residents engaged at the pop-up events. At the pop-up events, participants were asked to take some little fuzzy pom-poms and drop them into one of 6 jars, indicating what their priorities were. Interestingly, those people who had young children with them tended to gravitate towards the environment, no surprise, because they're going to have to live in this world. And then you can see the other categories. And so here were some of the results. Affordable housing was a high priority, safety, the environment, parks, open space, and infrastructure. So again, you're beginning to hear the same themes over and over, right? The community survey, here's how those numbers broke down. You can see businesses, employees, residents all responded, the age ranges. And here's what we heard from the community survey. Again, beginning to see some themes emerge: homelessness, public safety, affordable housing, neighborhood revitalization. And again, those themes. There's recognition of the good work that city staff does, desire to invest in your commercial corridors, recognizing Anaheim again as a thriving city, that you have a diverse economic base, and you're a family-oriented town. So all of this begins to coalesce. You can see this sort of Venn diagram here, where you can see the commonalities amongst everyone we spoke to. You can see in bold those that kind of float to the top in terms of the consensus priorities, the major themes from the outreach. We spent time talking to the council about the strengths and challenges and opportunities of the city, and here are some listed out. I'm not going to read them all, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to take a peek there at some of them. Obviously, great opportunity with the Olympics coming in 2028. It's not that far away. Some of the challenges: staff turnover. This is an issue in every city. Every city has a lot of vacancies. A lot of people like myself and Carol and Mary, well, we retired from local government. There's a lot of retirements last few years. Any questions on all of that? I know I went through that pretty quickly, but when we get into the latter part of our workshop, that's when it will all start to come into focus. But now, we're going to give you a 10-minute break. So please come on back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So would we like to continue? I did want to make one just quick another kind of procedural announcement just for my council colleagues. I just thought for ease of process, if you have a question, comment, you want to raise your hand, I'm going to just have whoever is in charge of the program or platform at the time recognize speakers, just so everybody that might not be in my peripheral vision, you just address it to them. We're going to share it a little bit different way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I appreciate that. So, you've heard us talk blah, 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 right? It's the background information. It's laying the foundation. Now you get to work. And what we're going to talk about now is goals. We're talking about the big rocks, are your goals. What are the foundational goals that you want to set for your community for the next 10 years? This is no small feat. But what we have done is we have taken every voice that we've heard, from the council to the manager to the department heads to the staff to the community, and we've synthesized that for you into those themes, into those things that we heard everyone as a group we think is interested in. We're going to feed that back to you, and you're going to tell us if we're on track or not. This is the interactive part of the day, and this is going to be interactive for the rest of the day. You all are going to need to kind of make consensus decisions about this, because what's going to happen is once we put this all together at the end of the day, we'll have the outline of your strategic plan. We'll put that document together. It'll come back to you at a council meeting, and you can formally adopt it. Then we'll follow up with an implementation action plan, and now your city manager has his marching orders. And one of the things about doing this is when you give him his marching orders, he's got an amazing staff that's going to support him and get those things done. But it doesn't work as well if every time a little rock comes in and you all go, but Jim, we got to do this, but Jim, we got to do this, right? We have to stick to the plan. If you want the plan implemented, you have to stick to the plan, okay? So we're going to talk about 6 goals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We came up with 6 goals. We're going to ask you to confirm or deny or change. And then when we're done going through the 6 goals, then we're going to ask, is there anything missing? Is there some other goal we want to add? Understanding there's 6 goals and there's 49 strategies underneath them. So you cannot do all of this in 10 years. I'm just telling you that right now. That's not possible. And that's why we're going to ask you to choose and make decisions, which is very, very challenging. But I know this council can do it. So let's start. Here are the first 3 goals that we came up with, and I hope you can see them there. I am actually going to read these to you because I think it's important for everyone to hear it. Our first goal is goal A, is to maintain fiscal responsibility. Support financial health through long-term planning, budgeting, cost recovery, and increased revenue. Anaheim doesn't work if it's broke. And part of the things that I have never met a council member that likes to do is to raise revenue or raise fees, or to keep costs, keep your fees up with your costs. But it's an important thing to think about as you want to do all of these things. How are you going to fund it? Without any money, you can't fund any of this. So that's the first goal. Underneath that goal, we'll talk about it in a bit. We have 6 strategies that you will prioritize. But what do you all think about that as a goal? Anyone?
I think that's a great one to start with, because we can't do anything else without the revenues to support those things. So certainly need to maintain fiscal responsibility, and one of my primary objectives.
Anybody else? It's hard to argue with that, right? I mean, it really is hard to say, no, I want to be fiscally responsible. Okay, so, and what that, you know, that goal means is that we're going to continue to look at long-term planning. We're not just going to worry about the budget that you're going to adopt for the next year. We're going to worry about what the budget looks like 5 years from now and 10 years from now. We're going to do long-term planning. We want to make sure that for the long term, the decisions we make today are not going to have unintended consequences to our future residents, right? You want to leave this place better than you found it. Our second goal, enhance livability. Create a community where neighborhood quality of life needs are identified and addressed. We heard that a lot. You know, Anaheim is, what a diverse community you are. And there's some areas of town where that $800,000 home wouldn't buy you a room. And in other parts of town, that would give you a nice home. So there's a diverse community there, and we want all of our neighborhoods to get the resources that they need so that the residents in those communities are living their best life in Anaheim. Comments, questions about that? About what that might mean? Yes, sir.
Thank you. There's between 10 and 14, let's just call them impacted neighborhoods in Anaheim. I have 4 or 5, I think, in mine, and my colleagues have them in their districts as well. And there, again, I concur that we need to look at those. And in the past, we had redevelopment dollars that could have been used and had been used actually to turn a number of those neighborhoods around. We have to be more, we have to come up with another plan, another way of doing that. And again, that will take money, and that's why maintain fiscal responsibility is certainly placed at the point that it is. But I think we need to be creative about enhancing the livability. Livability for residents in some neighborhoods, as you pointed out, might be different than livability in others. So we can't, it's not the same paintbrush for all parts of the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would agree with that, especially in districts 3, 2, 1. There's a lot of density challenges, so I think that's something that we need to keep in mind when we're developing more housing in the city. We definitely need affordable, but it needs to be spread out. I also think that we need to make sure that we're maintaining the quality of life in terms of gang activity and other issues that are impacting people who are just working families, and making sure that we're being responsive to the neighborhoods that are more hidden. In my district, we do a lot of walking the neighborhoods like Councilmember Kurtz mentioned. So we do look at a lot of these communities that are not visible unless there's a problem. So I think those are things that we definitely need to address and make sure that they have access to good paying jobs. And also from a code enforcement perspective, we're not harming the people who are renting the apartments, but we're helping to encourage the landlords to do the right thing and make sure that they are maintaining their properties and making sure that they are living in quality structures.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mayor?
One of the things I liked about just the verbiage in this, about talking about identifying, identifying challenges, identifying how do we make our neighborhoods more livable, is that I think we need to focus on being proactive and not reactive. So being involved enough in our neighborhoods, having our finger on the pulse so that we aren't waiting until we have additional problem areas to go into communities and lift them up and stabilize them. We are actively trying to go out and identify what could potentially be problem areas or be areas of need before they get to a crisis zone.
Excellent. Councilmember Diaz.
Let's start with being fiscally responsible by increasing the room temperature a little bit and giving a break to the air conditioning, if we can. All right.
Anybody else cold in here? I'm always cold, so I don't know the difference, but might want to think about the temperature. Get you a jacket.
If you're a size small, you can wear my jacket.
I think it's cold. It is cold. So enhance liability. One is the services, what we do, the basics that we do. Trash, water, electricity. By the way, we are at least 25% cheaper than Edison. A street, fixing pothole, we're doing that very well. Sewer, traffic patterns, we are doing a lot of investment in all of those. If you look at traffic congestions in Anaheim, it's less today than it was 10 years ago. Doing a huge investment in there. And then it's the corridors, North Avenue, Beach Boulevard, Brockhurst, State College, Lincoln. One thing is in front of your house, but you always, in your life, gonna have to go to those corridors. That's where you go to the supermarket. That's where you go do shopping, go to Starbucks coffee. That's where the lack has been, the lack of investment. And for me, that's the long-term goal, from North Avenue to State College and in between. When we do that, it percolates to the rest of the city, because the front of your house, that pothole is taken care, the trash is taken care. Every time you flush, it goes. Sewer, electricity is cheaper, it's always there. That's what we have been lacking of, and that's what really going to improve the quality of life for us.
Excellent, thank you. We're recording this and taking notes, and all of this is going to end up kind of back in your laps to do that final adoption. So those comments are important, right? The beach boulevards of the community and the temperature too. Somebody better fix the temperature. Okay, they're working on it. But and identifying. Oh, you're much more important than me. Go ahead.
As you say, create a community where the neighborhood quality of life needs are identified and addressed. Unfortunately, in some neighborhoods, our residents, what they look at as a good quality of life falls way below what other neighborhoods may. And that's because they've never experienced the higher quality of life in that other neighborhood. So we need to make sure that our neighborhoods are held to the same standard, the same goal. In some neighborhoods, if we just pick up the trash, they're happy. And that's not fair to them because they've not known anything else. So just kind of have to remember that our neighborhoods, our residents should expect the same livability as the others in the city do.
A really important point, because, and that's why we said identified and addressed, right? Is like, what is the standard for a neighborhood? How many parks should be in a neighborhood? Should the streetlights all work? Should they have streetlights? Should they have sidewalks? Kind of first at the basic infrastructure need, right? And then what kind of services does that community need? Your district communities may have very different than, Councilmember Leon's, but, and the same solution is not going to work in every neighborhood, right? So there has to be individualized solutions for every neighborhood, and that's what your staff will work on. If this is something, that you think is really important, that the staff will have to come back and say, okay, in this neighborhood, these are the things we need to do. Yes, ma'am.
And even from an equitable, I like the equitability that you just mentioned, but even having access to grocery stores, for example. So there are communities in District 5 that are considered food deserts. So I think even on the planning side from economic development, we need to make sure that we have access to food and kids are not subjected to eating at fast food restaurants or 7-Eleven, for example. So even from that perspective.
Yeah, thank you. And one of the things I did want to share with you is these are our words. They're not your words. So if you want to change what the goal means, we can certainly do that. I've heard the word equitable twice. That's totally up to you if you want to do that. But these need to be your goals, and you need to champion them. These aren't mine, right? These are yours. And so any of this stuff can be changed, it can be modified, it can be deleted. It's totally up to you.
And I have to say, I even though equitable is a good way to round it out, I actually like the way Councilmember Kurtz or Mayor Pro Tem Kurtz mentions it should be, the livability should all have the same standard. That I think pointing that out specifically, equitable is just sort of like a word that everybody uses, but I think that the same level of quality of life, standard of living is something that we need to, that should be what we aspire for throughout Anaheim.
While we're standing here, any way you'd like, I'll just write it on the board here. Hopefully I won't knock it down. Tell me, we're gonna, excuse us audience, we're gonna look this way for a moment. Tell me kind of what you'd like that to say. Standard, where would standard go? Neighborhood.
I think like putting in there standards, create a community where neighborhood standards of quality of life, or we identify.
Create a community standard?
Community standards,
Where neighborhood quality of life needs are identified and addressed?
yeah. Because, I mean, I totally, I was going to say that when you said it. I think it's important for all of our communities to have a basic standard of quality,
Services,
you know?
quality-
Yes.
quality of
Yeah, they need
service
to
and
be safe, they
expectations.
need to be clean, they need to have the infrastructure, they, you know, and so we don't need to, everyone doesn't have a different standard. Every neighborhood isn't treated differently or at a different level. We all have a standard, and some of them are going to be harder to get there than others, I get it, but it doesn't mean that we change our standard.
The one thing I would want to caution you on is if you say you want to create a community standard, are you going to spend all your time creating the community standard and not actually doing any work?
No. No,
Okay.
it's more of a
More of just a,
global value standard type of thing, because
Okay.
neighborhoods are going to look different. Some of
Right.
them don't have sidewalks and don't want sidewalks, and some of, you know, so the implementation of it is going to be different, but having an expectation from our community that they get to live in a safe, clean, fair, diverse, you know, neighborhood, welcoming, everyone should have that.
So like create community standards
Where
where neighborhood
neighborhoods?
quality of life needs are identified, or one standard.
Right, it's not different for every community.
create
Maybe-
a community
maybe instead of
standard?
Is it part of the numbered things instead of the goal thing? I don't know. I'm open to the wordsmithing, but I think we are all saying the same thing.
And if I could just add, I think adding, I think Madam Mayor's suggestion of being proactive, I think that would be important to add, just because I don't want to repeat everything that everybody said already, because, I mean, I definitely agree. But there's some neighborhoods where, obviously, we're talking the high-density, low-income population that sometimes they would love to get involved, but they just simply don't have the time to get involved, or things like that. And being able to go out there proactively, addressing some of the issues that they're seeing in their neighborhoods, I think that's important to make sure that we include. That we're shifting away from being responsive to trying to be proactive about addressing neighborhood needs.
Proactively create a community standard?
Well, maybe we can put just the words up there.
Proactively
because I agree
identified
to
and
your point.
addressed,
We can fight about pretties versus beautifuls all day long. But maybe just putting in there proactive, community standard. I feel like I'm forgetting one already. And then we can wordsmith it or have help professionals help us wordsmith it later. Like equity, community standard, proactive.
And I'm not even sure if it's a community, is it a city standard?
Yeah.
Right, it's a standard for our city, not necessarily just the community. So create a city standard where neighborhood quality of life, proactive is in there.
We're gonna get you a better
Proactively
marker.
identified and addressed.
We'll figure it out at the end.
I think we need the word thrive in there someplace also. If we're going to, I'm uncomfortable, frankly, with the word standard. But if we're going to suggest that, then we also have to say, if we're going to set standards up, why do we set standards up? So the communities can thrive, whether it's 92808 or 92801. So I just, it's,
I have the same question. When we set standards, because we already have sidewalk standards, we already have the size of the street standards, we already pick up the trash 1 day a week for every neighborhood. So what that means, what a standard of what are we talking about here? Because somebody that is a multimillionaire will have the same quality of life that I do, or somebody that works in a factory won't have the same quality of life that I do. So what that means, I don't understand. If we write that down, and that's the goal from now on, the 10 years, what that means? What you wrote there, I don't get it.
I see it kind of like every neighborhood should be graffiti free. You know, that kind of standard, and that we need to figure out a plan that makes that happen, you know, and a lot of neighborhoods don't report graffiti. They think they have to live with it. Yeah. And so it's part of how do we provide that to a neighborhood that doesn't even know that's an option for them? You know, because, I mean, I live in a graffiti-free neighborhood because if I ever see it, you know, all of us are on Anaheim Anytime and getting it done within the 24 hours that we know is an expectation that we have for our neighborhood and that we can count on. But so many neighborhoods don't. And you know, we have those neighborhoods, and I think we need to help build them up to that expectation. So it's not standards necessarily maybe that we don't even have yet, but maybe it's just making sure that all of our neighborhoods meet that standard. Does that make more sense?
Kind of like the basics that you would expect from living in the city of Anaheim.
Yeah.
Yeah. But to your point, I mean, and Councilmember Fessel just did a tour of District 3 and reported a lot of graffiti, trash. So there's trash in alleyways that probably would not be in other districts that just sort of pile up. And it could be density issues. I think the gang activity, we have families who are living in, you know, multi-generations living in one household. And we have, I mean, and I'm going to use an example of District 5, Benmore. It's a gang-infested community. Families have been there for a long time, but the expectation is that the gangs should continue to thrive in that area, and that's not okay. We just kind of allow it to continue going on.
Can I make a suggestion here for you? That standard, that those basic needs that are going to be met by the city, that should be a strategy under livability and not the goal. So you want a community where you're identifying and addressing community needs. And part of that strategy is identifying what is the standard for our communities. So it becomes a strategy and not necessarily a goal. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's what the mayor had mentioned too, is that maybe it should be in one of the
part of the strategies?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and I think when we get into the strategies, I have a lot more comment.
Okay.
I was just trying to kind of, because I mean, to Councilmember Diaz's point, I agree with you. And I think the way I was interpreting it is a just common baseline. Of course, there's going to be top line that's going to be different depending on your community, where you live, how active that community is, but there should be just a commonality and baseline standards that we are holding ourselves up to. This is the way I interpret it.
Yeah, I think that's the way. Go ahead.
But I would just say, I don't know if community fits there. I think it still should be create a city where neighborhood quality of life, because it's not necessarily just the community, it's the city in general. I think we throw community out there quite a bit.
Alex, what do you all think about city? The word, changing out the word city for community. You like that better?
Yeah. It's all of us, not one of us.
Yeah.
Create a city. Okay.
What if we just say create Anaheim or neighborhood quality of life?
I like that. Cool with that.
Create an Anaheim where neighborhood quality of life needs are proactively identified and addressed.
Cool with that.
Better?
Better.
We're getting there. I love it.
Okay. We got some nods? Got anybody going, no, I hate this? I can't live with it? Okay, good. All right. Thank you. Those are the important conversations we want to have today. I have to mark on myself. All right. Let's talk about our third goal is invest in infrastructure and amenities. Promote effective use of existing facilities through maintenance and repair, and plan for future facilities, amenities, infrastructure to benefit the community. Yes, sir.
All right, I was waiting for a long time to. Okay, this is where a community service, a senior center fit, right? But I have the caveat here, right?
Okay.
I have a problem with centralizing services. For example, we went through and we have 18 community centers and libraries. We have gone out of the way not to centralize services. Mm-hmm. It's a large city. How a senior in North Avenue that can no longer drive or have difficulties with mobility gonna go to the downtown Anaheim to the senior center. I'm not saying don't build a senior center in downtown Anaheim. I'm saying we need to think about decentralized, keeping the same thing we have been doing. We have libraries all over the city. We have community centers all over the city. Having one senior center is going to be difficult for somebody, an elderly person in Anaheim Hills, to go to downtown Anaheim, or somebody living in West Anaheim to go there. So we should keep decentralizing services so everybody have access in such a large city like this.
And I agree, and I think that this goal is really talking about your infrastructure, maintaining your infrastructure. It's not talking about where you might place your infrastructure. But part of your amenities, right, you would need to decide where in town, how many in town. This goal is really focused on what you have existing and maintaining that. Because if you don't maintain the infrastructure that you have now, it will fall apart in 20 years or 30 years. And then you will not be the Anaheim that you want to be because your roads won't work, your water systems won't work, your utilities won't work, right? So this goal is not necessarily about the senior center. We're going to talk about the senior center in this later when we talk about strategies.
So this is more about?
This is more global.
Okay, like
roads.
Be sure that the budget cover the maintenance.
If you, I heard you need a new city hall. If you want a new city hall, are you going to wait until, an earthquake happens and it falls down? No, you don't want to do that, right? So planning for those things, putting money aside for those things, looking to the future, making sure that you maintain what you have, because if you don't maintain it, it goes down. I cannot tell you how many cities we work with that have aging infrastructure that they haven't maintained, that they kicked the can down the road, and everything's falling apart and they don't understand why, right? It's like your home, right? If you don't take care of your home, everything falls apart. Go ahead.
I'm not sure that that's as much of an issue in Anaheim as it is in like Stanton. I mean, our city staff does a great job maintaining our roads and all of the other issues. I don't necessarily think that a new building for City Hall is a priority that's, in terms of infrastructure for the city. I mean, of course, it would be a great thing to have. But just since you guys came up with that goal, what led you there?
The community survey, we heard a lot about infrastructure. Your staff, we heard a lot about infrastructure. Maintaining what you have, maintaining that use of facilities.
Can you be specific? Especially from the survey results, I'm interested.
Roads, water systems.
There's greater recognition with climate change of the need to make sure that facilities are hard.
And we have like capital improvement projects, and our public utilities is pretty we have one of the best general managers, I think, anywhere in our public utilities, and it does seem that they do maintain that. So I'm just wondering, because this is a top 3 goal, that it just seems.
I think a lot of your, also from the staff perspective, a lot of your CIP projects and things are going to come under that. Things that have already been identified as things that you want to do came under that. That came from, a lot of that came from the staff. Steve, were you going to add something?
I was, and first of all, the goals are not in priority order, so I wouldn't say this is a top 3 goal. It's just in the first 3 we're reviewing. Ultimately, when we get, you might want to look at the strategies, even though we're not there yet, because it'll give you a sense of what were the types of strategies and projects that people were thinking of when they said infrastructure is important to them. For instance, your paving index, people don't think about the streets, but most cities, the streets are crumbling. Councilmember Meeks could tell us all about the PCI index, right? And the need to maintain your streets because it costs so much more in the future if you don't maintain them properly. Or the work that's being done on the major street corridors. People are looking for that enhancement. So infrastructure is a very broad category. If the council feels that it doesn't rise to the level of being one of your strategic plan goals, that's fine. That's what today is all about. But if you take a look at the strategies that people have identified, that will give you a sense of what they mean when they speak broadly about infrastructure. I hope that was helpful.
Mayor, you go, wow, we got a whole bunch of lit mics here.
No, but what I actually thought was interesting in the attachments, both in attachment E, which was the community survey results, as well as D, which was the employee survey results, is that both professional staff and the community recognize that we have to keep investing in the infrastructure that is already in place. Now, I think probably from an employee-driven perspective, infrastructure means, they know what a pavement index is, whereas a regular resident's not gonna know whether we're up to that standard or not. But what residents are concerned about are my trees falling down when it's windy? When I walk down the sidewalk, is my 65-year-old mother gonna trip and fall? I think that we have sidewalks in place. We need to make sure we're maintaining those. That to me is one of those bread and butter issues that is, to me, it is extremely high priority because that affects everybody's kind of daily quality of life. And then from a staff perspective, it's like there's plans that have been in place for decades to put some of these things and to let it just crumble and fall apart. We don't have the financial ability to just keep tearing things down and starting from scratch, and nor should we. That would be fiscally irresponsible. So I actually, this was one of the ones where I didn't have a lot of tinkering with the goal. It's more just prioritizing strategies and implementation.
I mean, I'm looking at the goal, and I think we're getting too focused on the maintenance and repair piece and forgetting the second half of the goal, which is the future facilities and the amenities, the infrastructure of moving forward. So this isn't just about maintenance. This is about the senior centers. This is about improving our parks and trails and recreational spaces, or adding more ball fields, or whatever those things are that need to be part of this. It's a broad goal, and I think it's an important one. It's one of the key things we need to do moving forward.
And one thing I want to note is that the first word, invest, because we can ask Public Works to trim those trees, fix those sidewalks, but if we don't invest or have a budget that allows that department to do that work, then it's all for naught. So I think it's important because while it does affect very basic quality of life things, as the mayor indicated, we need to stand behind it and invest both manpower and funds in order for the departments to carry on that work.
My residents have made it extraordinarily clear to me that when they talk about their quality of life, it's, as the mayor said earlier, it's the 50 or 75 feet in front of their house. So I concur fully with her earlier statement just a moment ago about, the 65-year-old mom that risks her, breaking a leg by walking on our sidewalks. I believe if we turn this from the perspective of our residents, these are the minimum, and I don't want to, I guess it is, the minimum services that the city provides our taxpayers are safe infrastructure, which could mean improved roadways or trimmed trees or safe water or sewer systems that work. Yes, they've never talked to me about a PCI index, but they've talked to me about the potholes up and down Santa Ana Street. That I have heard. So, again, has a resident ever talked to me and said, you know, Mr. Felso, we need a new city hall, or we need a new fire department? No, they haven't. But I believe some of us who have been around the city long enough realize that key facilities are now reaching over 60 years old. And maybe those are something that we do need to take a look at. But we need to take a look at those, but, you know, have we addressed the day-to-day fundamental basic expectations of our residents? You know, get the trash picked up, get the trees trimmed. And I kind of categorize that as infrastructure, sidewalks, things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jim, you wanted to chime in?
One of the things that we do as we go through the budget process is we collect project requests from the different departments, right? So a myriad are submitted, and then based on priority and need and available resources, we submit then a list to the city council for consideration, and specifically the general fund ones. A good example of this, Shawnee, help me out here. The park that we recommended and approved in last year's budget, or this year's budget in 6. Was that off Riverdale?
Yes, we actually had 2 in District 6 to replace very old playgrounds that were way past their prime. That was Riverdale Park and Canyon Rim Park.
So I cite that as an example of we don't bring everything that is typically, to your point, council member, way past their life. But again, balancing resources and needs, we try to be responsible in those recommendations, but just know that there is a hefty list that does not make the dais, that we could use resources. And as we look at down the line where we are having an opportunity to address some of those with some incoming revenues that we're anticipating in a couple years, something to think about as we go through this process.
Thank you. I just wanted a quick clarification because I was looking through the presentation. So the purpose of this right now is to just go through the goals, and then there's the strategy component, which I think a lot of the stuff that we're talking about would fall under. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. So I think so if we're just looking, because I think we were looking at the language, and I'm not necessarily trying to spend, a bunch of time on wordsmithing things, but I think to Councilmember Diaz's point, I do, and I think you mentioned this for the previous one with the term community, representing West Anaheim, oftentimes there's a belief, I guess, by some residents that we don't necessarily pay a bunch of attention to West Anaheim, right? Right or wrong, but that's a concern that we've heard from our residents. So I think to your point, instead of, yes, important when we get to the strategy portion of it to ensure that it's that we're distributing and that we're looking at the big picture of the entire city, right? But I don't know if my colleagues are open to this, to update the language for goal C, so instead of saying to benefit the community, to update that to say to benefit all Anaheim residents. And I don't know if that kind of covers a little bit of what Councilmember Diaz was mentioning earlier, but making it clear that, hey, this is for everybody. So I don't know what my colleagues' thoughts are on that.
Colleagues?
Well, maybe, going forward, do we want to just kind of, because the word "the community" is in there a lot, so maybe we're just going to swap it all out. Was that we're going to hit find and replace for the community and just put in the city or Anaheim or something like that.
Anaheim
so we're talking
residents.
about,
Absolutely.
not to Weir.
Okay, we can do that, absolutely.
I do like adding the residents part to it, though, for at least some of these, just because I think it kind of brings it back to why we're even having these conversations, right?
Well, you have other constituencies other than your residents.
Fair,
Right?
yeah.
You have your business community and those kind of folks.
Fair.
You want to put residents here? No?
For Anaheim.
Planned for new facilities and amenities, period. we all know it's for Anaheim. This is your plan.
We,
For all of Anaheim?
yeah,
Yeah, we like that.
we like Anaheim.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Again, we need clarity on this. The clearer we can be and the clearer we all have the same understanding of it, it's going to be important.
Like Carol, by listening to you, so C basically came from staff, and so now I get it. So the budget goes from July 1st to June 30th. By May, we had to approve the budget to be effective May 1st. That doesn't mean that staff haven't been working on the budget the last 2 weeks. By November, staff is already working in the next year budget. Okay? So staff knows how much money they would need to fix many sidewalks, how much money is needed to change the grass in a Pacific Park, which gets a lot of abuse from soccer, let's say. And then they have to submit that to the city manager, and the city manager he knows how much money is there.
Mm-hmm.
And those priorities are set there. Also, it's on consultation with us. The staff is listening to every council meeting. Okay, this is what I want. So it's all mixed together there with the maintenance, right? We also have a Budget and Technology Commission, which the day of us approving the budget, the week off, or 2 weeks early, sent us a report saying, hey, we support this. So what's happening sometimes is that all that work that the staff have been doing for months, the Budget and Technology Commission have been doing for months, in one meeting, we say, no, this is my priority. I want that money from sidewalks to be half of the money taken away. I want to put it here. That's where it's coming from. So we have to be respectful, understanding that the budget is a long process. Its priorities there. We have priorities, but it's only so much money. If we take money from the sidewalk, for example, then we shouldn't be criticizing staff 2 years later when it's a lawsuit because we took money from the sidewalk maintenance. That's where I'm going.
And I think you bring up a very good point is there are many needs through your budget process. But one of the things hopefully that this strategic plan will do is say, during the budget process, the council identified 3 major infrastructure maintenance and/or amenities in their strategic plan. And they had identified it in year 1. So Jim's going to look at the strategic plan and go, well, you all thought this was the most important thing. So this is what I'm going to put in front of you because that's what you all have kind of agreed to. That's one of the really important points about the strategic plan is it gives Jim and his staff the direction they need to present to you a budget that includes your strategies for the future of Anaheim. Make sense? Okay.
I just had an additional comment.
Sure.
So just to, I hear what you're saying, but I feel like this is a little granular. So we talk about maintenance, and I think the strategic plan to me is a big picture plan for the next 10 years. I think it goes without saying that the council wants our infrastructure to be maintained, and that is reflected in the budget that we approve. And we do see the list of capital improvement projects from each of the 14 departments. So I think Councilmember Meeks mentioned this, and so did Councilmember Diaz. I think we need to, if it's going to be infrastructure and amenities, it definitely needs to be more high level so that we can identify those 3 big infrastructure projects that we would like to see, whether it's a new civic center or a new police, whatever it is. But to include that maintenance in there, that's very granular. That's annual. And this is, I think, big picture. So you asked for our feedback, so I'm just giving it to you.
No, absolutely. So a question could be, if you feel like, from a maintenance perspective, that's just kind of part of your normal operating, that everyday thing that happens, you could just say, plan for new facilities and amenities for Anaheim. And you could take out the maintenance stuff completely.
Can I comment on
know
this?
you're not going to be happy with that, but again, just another way to think about this, right? The big goal.
Well, I've got a little history on this, and the city does not adequately fund our maintenance. We do not have a sinking fund for replacing major, air conditioning units or whatever those things are. We don't, but sometimes we do work from grants, whether it's a park or landscape, whatever it is, and so it's a one-time fund, and we fail to fund the ongoing maintenance of it. And I think it's an important strategy that we need to have in here.
Another option would be to flip the two sentences.
We could, but yeah.
Plan for new facilities and amenities for the community and promote maintenance activities or something. I mean, you could.
Or maybe they're separate. Maybe they're two different goals.
It can be in the same goal, but if we want the new stuff to be, the first part of it to catch people's eyes, but I really think we need to have the maintenance piece in there too, because it's important long-term.
And you don't want to plan for a new facility you can't maintain. Right? And, yeah, right? So, okay, well, yes, sir.
There's I'm sensitive about parks and new parks and maintaining the parks that we have. In fact, the Parks Master Plan, which is listed in here, had my fingerprints all over it. But there's a park that I played in as a kid, not the primary one, that has not had much of a playground in it for the last several years because that park will eventually be completely rebuilt. Well, the rebuild is on the horizon, but those kids need a playground now. And there is really not one in that park. And I'm not going to go into more details other than to say that if we're planning on doing major rebuilds, then until that happens, we need to provide at least some minimum, and whether that's sewers or sidewalks, or in this case, playgrounds, provide something, for the kids in that neighborhood. So, again, I'm thinking the reason I brought that up here is because we're, the Parks Master Plan is part or fell in under infrastructure and amenities and the whole maintenance issue and new facilities. We have a new facility plan. We're going to execute it, but in the meantime, there's no place for the kids in this neighborhood to play because we don't want to put money into a playground that we're eventually going to have to remove. And so I don't know if that's a catch-22, but I just want to bring it up because all of our senior staff is here, and it's sensitive. I think it's sensitive to the neighbors. So that's all.
So that's an excellent point. What I would encourage the council to do that will be thinking at this juncture is we're trying to get agreement on the 40,000-foot goals. And when we talk about implementation of strategies, those types of considerations are vital. But at this point, we're working to get consensus on what are, in this case, the 6 goals. Are there 7 goals? Are there 5 goals? The big ticket issues that then in a few minutes will transition to how to achieve those things. But again, high level, there's a real tendency, especially among doobies like yourselves, to want to quickly jump to the solutions. Try to resist that urge for a few minutes. We're not asking you at this point to identify solutions. We're asking you to just identify what are the major goal areas, and then we'll talk about what are the proper solutions for those areas.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think, so Councilmember Meeks made a good point that I agree with. But so just if you would entertain this for a minute, I actually like what you said about flipping it, because I think it just, the language kind of gets me when promote effective use. So maybe it's more plan for future facilities, amenities, infrastructure to benefit Anaheim and promote effective use of existing facilities, because then that actually includes the maintenance of these new facilities. If we do flip it around, because right now it sounds like we're going to promote the maintenance of existing, and build new things. So to your point about being able to sustainably support these, so maybe it's just worded a little differently. Yeah.
How y'all feel about that? Okay. Does the word maintenance have to be in there, council member?
I mean, maintenance is fine.
It should be?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah. I mean, maintenance is good, but I think towards the end, so that we're maintaining everything.
We can flip it,
right?
okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right, we'll flip it, okay. All right.
Yeah, we're maintaining it.
We are standing between you and your lunch, so I want to give these others a little bit of time, but want to kind of take Steve's comments into effect too. This is the 40,000-foot level, right? One of the things I heard several of you say is we want Anaheim employees to be, everyone wants to come work for Anaheim. That's what we want. And in order to do that, you need a high-performing organization. So you want to create a strong team of dedicated employees who support the community through a commitment to local government best practices and employee development, support, and retention. And as you can imagine, this mostly came from your employees, your department heads, your mid-managers. When we talked to the mid-managers, I don't think anybody had been there less than 5 years. Everyone was 5 years plus. I mean, it's amazing the dedication that your team that serves you has to Anaheim, whether they live here or not. They are dedicated to their jobs. They're dedicated to doing a good job. But again, that takes resources as well. And do you have succession plans? Are you training up your next generation of employees? Do you have all those things in place? Is this a nice place to work? Do they have the tools that they need? That's what a high-performing organization is. And so there's a bunch of strategies underneath, but as in general, comments about number D. Yes, sir.
It's 2 points I'm going to make. It used to be that the city's biggest employee attraction was the retirement system. We still are 2.7 at 55, and that was a big retention tool. New employees, that's gone. We are the same for any public agency. So we're always going to lose one or two to an agency because distance, closer to home, or it's a dream job, all that. But to retain employees, we all have to put food on the table and a roof over our families. So salaries is the big deal now. We all are equal. All the public sector is equal with retirement. So salary is now what the big tool. But that's not all. Number two is you want to go home every day knowing that you achieved something. If it's turmoil in the city, if it's the leadership is telling you today, let's do this, and tomorrow, no, that's wrong. You don't go home knowing achieving anything. You don't have a job satisfaction, and you're going to go someplace else. So those two things are together. It's a little bit of stability in the money and allow employees to have that job satisfaction, knowing that I went home and achieved something today. I earned my money.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? It's kind of hard to disagree with this one as well, right? Okay. Okay. Excellent. All right. Now you knew this was going to come up. These are not in any numerical order. So support public safety. Enhance public safety resources to ensure a safe and secure community. Any concerns about that? Yes, ma'am.
I do. I mean, I don't think it's broad enough. I think that the communities, residents have a broader perspective of public safety than just police and fire, that our streets are safe and our parks are safe and I feel safety when I go out into the community, and it has, it incorporates homelessness because, mentally ill on the street, does that present a safety issue for my children as they're out. I think it's much broader, and I don't think that this goal necessarily, the wording encompasses, is broad enough to cover all those public safety concerns that we want to address.
What are your thoughts about amending that?
I think you should amend it, but, you know, if you remember back, I'm the engineer, not
Yes.
the wordsmith. So, there's my comments.
Yeah.
And,
Okay. Anybody else? Go ahead.
Yeah, my one comment to this, because I felt the same way, and I guess I struggle with the word resources, because I feel like we want to enhance public safety in a myriad of ways to ensure a safe and secure community. And when I read that, I feel like resources, to me, it's just we need to devote more chunks of the budget. And it's already the largest chunk of our budget, so are we allowing public safety to be nimble and address public safety in different ways, or is it we are just going to devote larger percentages of our budget? Like the word resources, I didn't know what that meant.
Yeah, well, it means money to me, but. Your microphone's on.
Oh, sorry, it's just
you're
on.
good? Okay.
What I just said for D applies to E at the same time. We can pay our police officers top in the county. If this council doesn't support our police, the morale goes down. That's why San Francisco and LA, they are losing police officers, because they look up to the leadership and there is no support. When you see incident in the street, it takes sometimes years to investigate and why that happens. If they get immediately accused of doing something wrong, morale gonna go down. So it's important to provide support and let the news goes away and support our police. And if it's something wrong, action will be taken. But they have a moral support for our police is as important as paying good money.
Okay.
I agree with that, and I think enforcement probably needs to be in there somewhere more than resources. Because I don't think budget is important, but I do think just providing them with the support that they need in terms of, we have our own city attorney's office. Are we prosecuting criminal cases? When they arrest somebody, are they actually being held? Are we making it difficult for people to commit crimes in the city of Anaheim? Are we protecting our businesses from the person who runs in to steal $20 worth of food and puts the workers at risk? So I think we definitely need to incorporate that and take out resources. I agree with that. It's not necessarily about money, because the budget will come, the discussion will come when the need for resources are presented. So I'll give a good example. So fire requested additional firefighters for ambulatory services in Anaheim, but that was very specific and the need was adequately displayed. So I think once we identify some of the issues, and then we can solve that. But I agree, enforcement needs to be there and enhancing that.
I appreciate.
Wait, no.
Go ahead.
Who's first? Lots of
I
lights.
thought we were going to close up. And I'm sorry, I didn't see your light on. I do like that you didn't specifically say police and fire, because other departments contribute to the safety of our neighborhoods. Public Works, code enforcement, public utilities, just to name a few, they all do things in the course of their work to improve the safety of our residents and our businesses. To me, when I saw resources, I didn't think of just money, but technology and those things. So I didn't read it quite the same way as again, just money. And to the mayor's earlier point on community, we're changing that to say all of Anaheim. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. Steve, you had a suggestion for maybe how.
I was going to suggest something, because looking at it, it does seem rather narrow. So for the council's consideration, what if we were to modify it to say, ensure that Anaheim is a city in which people feel safe? I mean, that's a very broad, and that means a lot of things. That's fire, that's police, that's code enforcement, that's not tripping on the sidewalk. It's broader than what's presented there. Again, this is a goal statement.
How about something more like enjoy a high level of safety or something? Because, I mean, just feel safe. I don't want it to be a facade. I want people to actually be safe.
I appreciate the mayor's term, the word nimble. To me, nimble was our CCRT. Nimble meant to me the establishment of the Be Well OC partnership. Nimble to me means we went out and worked on a community, various community resources, even a public prosecutor. That to me is all nimble. In other words, we were able to work within the system that we had and identify shortcomings and fill them. And again, we used citywide resources in those, not specific to just police and fire. So I think I like the suggestion much broader. Or that's not a 40,000 foot, that's a 50,000 foot, approach, I think. So that gives us maybe the ability to continue to be nimble. If we get this down to finite, then do we lose the ability to be nimble?
Well, thinking about what Councilmember Meeks said, I wonder if it's too concise to simply say Anaheim is a safe city. No, it is a safe city. This is, in part, that's your goal. It is a safe city through a variety of actions, whether it's code enforcement, again, police, fire, fixing the sidewalk, but it's a safe city. That's what you want people to feel and understand, right? When they think of Anaheim, that's a safe city. I want to be there.
But do you want to contemplate a dedication towards resources to make it a safe city?
That would be a
That's
strategy.
subsequent to your Highline goal.
So is that the wording for the new, so E would be Anaheim is a safe city, or you're saying E is still support public safety, and then it's Anaheim is a safe city?
I would drop the word support, and I would say public safety, or a safe community.
You don't
And
like
then I would
community.
say, okay, safe
You don't
city.
like community.
Yeah.
I like Anaheim. Got to call it Anaheim.
I would say public safety, and then I would say
Public
Anaheim is a
safety.
safe city.
Anaheim is a safe city.
Maybe the goal is E, Anaheim's a safe city, and, utilize a broad range of strategies to ensure Anaheim is a safe city or whatever. Once again, not the wordsmith.
Okay. See, there you go. A new skill set as a council member.
So it would be implement, can you repeat, I'm sorry, can you say it one more time?
Implement a broad range of strategies to ensure Anaheim is a safe city.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
They
Good.
could,
All right, we're going to do one more and then we're going to get to eat, okay? Let's get through this. All right. Oop. Goal F, economic development and tourism. Tourism is obviously a big deal in Anaheim. 25 million people love to come to Anaheim every year. Pursue strategic economic development initiatives that promote sustainable growth, job creation, and a vibrant local economy. Oh, yes, sir.
Yes. And I talked about economic strength for 7 years or more. And so that's very, very important to me. Now, as far as wordsmithing this, I'll leave that to somebody else. But job creation is very, very important. Some of the strategies I don't want to get into those because you're recommending against that right now, because I agree with some and I disagree with some. But I believe it's imperative that we have a strong economy for all the reasons that we're above all the points. A, B, C, D are all, based upon, or all fall into F at some point. So I like it. I think the wordsmithing is okay. I may or may not agree with the strategies.
Okay, you're going to get to vote on the strategy after lunch.
I think for me, it's the same thing as the previous point I mentioned about adding a vibrant local economy for the whole city or for all of Anaheim. Because I think going back to the point of, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, Anaheim, right, you promote a strong economy, which is your business community, for your residents.
Right.
Right? So you could certainly add, and a vibrant local economy for Anaheim residents.
Or just for Anaheim. I guess I'm putting myself in the perspective of, or from the seat of a resident, where, again, in West Anaheim, we talk a lot about the importance of the resort district, for example,
right,
which absolutely really important for us. But also don't want to make it seem like we're also ignoring, or we're not going to be focusing on other parts of the city that are also in need of economic development, in West Anaheim, for example.
So how about at the end, for the benefit of all those in the city, or something to that effect?
For the benefit of Anaheim.
For the benefit of Anaheim.
Or all of Anaheim. Can we do all of Anaheim?
You can do all of it. You can
all
do
of
whatever
Anaheim.
You want. You guys are the council. All of Anaheim. Every single person. Okay.
I have one.
Yes.
Should vibrant be strong? I mean, we kind of bounced around in our comments between saying strong local economy and vibrant local economy. Does vibrant, I mean, to me, we want a strong local economy. I don't know if vibrant is the same thing. Vibrant could just be fun and a lot of breweries, but they don't really create high-paying jobs, so
strong,
we need
vibrant,
a strong economy.
Local economy?
Vibrant, strong,
vibrant
robust.
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 Yeah, I mean, I liked this one. I didn't have too many notes on it because I think it's broad enough to encompass the fact that we are promoting and recognizing the importance of our resort district economy, but at the same time, we're not making it so narrow that we're forgetting about our canyon district, which is also a very important part of our economy, and we're not making it so specific that we're not talking about trying to grow our small business economy, which is really also the backbone. And I liked the term local economy because I think it differentiates between the county economy, the state economy, and the national economy. We're focusing on what we can do within the confines of our borders, and how do we grow small businesses through the expansion of the resort district, if that's the direction, how do we encompass all of that with a broad goal statement? So that's why I actually liked the local economy. But vibrant, robust, strong is all fine to me. I think we know what we're talking about.
At all of them.
Well, at all of them.
Well, and for economic development, for me, means to attract and retain business in the city. And for me, it has to be a diverse business space. And to Councilmember Meeks' point, we do have a lot of jobs that come out of the resort district, but they are low-paying jobs. So if we could, the one thing I thought that I actually didn't have any changes until this discussion arose. But I think the pursue strategic economic development initiatives that promote sustainable growth, maybe promoting sustainable growth could just be more specific to, retaining and attracting business. And Sergio and I have very long conversations about this, but I think that would be good to include specific. I think people don't understand what economic development is. A park is not economic development. Right. Something that generates revenue for a city, that's economic development. And when you have a lot of breweries, they don't generate a ton of economic development because there's no tax revenue affiliated with many of those businesses, or very limited tax revenue. So I think making sure that it does generate a fun city, but not a robust local economy. So I think that's something to consider.
What's your edit?
Instead of having promote sustainable growth, because I mean, what is that growth? Is it more businesses? Is it more revenue? I think being specific about economic development is good.
Well, we already got economic development in there once.
No, I know, but
Okay.
pursue strategic economic development, and then take out promote sustainable growth. I mean, we are, but I think retaining businesses and attracting new ones.
Grow and retain businesses.
Yeah, job creation is good, but that is by a byproduct of attracting business.
Okay, so in there somewhere we need to put about retaining, keeping and,
Yeah, I mean, we could just keep it to pursue strategic economic development initiatives, period, because all that other stuff is basically economic development.
do that. Shorten it? You're all good with shorten it?
Sustainable growth, because that's a buzzword. That's a buzz statement to me.
Okay.
That doesn't mean anything.
So you want something more like initiatives that attract and retain
Yes, attract and retain businesses.
job creation, and a vibrant local economy. So
Yes.
Okay.
change the sustainable growth part to attract and retain
Sure, attract and retain
local
businesses.
businesses. Business.
Yeah.
Yep. No? Oh, you good?
I'm
go ahead.
I'm okay with that. Why that's important, and again, I'm not going into the strategy, but I'm the only one here that was in an elected position during the pandemic. And there was not 25 million visitors. And we were having meetings about how we were going to address the loss of $150 million worth of tax revenue. And since the city has historically, for most of my lifetime, been so dependent upon those 25 million visitors, we need to take a hard look at that. Do we love the 25 million visitors? Every one of those is my best friend. However, we need to really diversify, and this will take generations probably to do. But, we're talking about a vibrant local economy and all that, but I think we have to stick the word diverse in there or something. It's got to be more than just being dependent upon the resort district. Not that I don't love the resort district, but we need more than that.
I feel like some of these things were because I completely agree with Councilmember Rubalcaba about retaining and attracting new business. And I know we're kind of dovetailing into strategies, but I guess to your point, what I think about when I see promote sustainable growth is not having a reliance on the same, economic, pool, if you will, that we've always relied on. That to me is growth. We're not retracting it. We are not cutting into it. We are actually supporting and maintaining what we already have, as well as growing the economy by looking for new opportunities. So we obviously want to promote and help what we already have, but finding a way to then grow that and grow it so that we are not so, and diversifying so that we're not so reliant on just one industry. I guess that's what I read when I said, what I thought of sustainable growth, practical ways that we can grow our economy. And then how do we do that with strategies? I think this will be the most interesting conversation that we're going to have, because I think we're going to have a lot of different opinions on how we grow the economy, how do we support what we already have, what do we prioritize? But I think if our economy is not growing, what is it doing? And that frightens me if we don't have something in there about growing the economy. And I don't want to go the other way.
How about taking out the word vibrant, that some of you weren't so thrilled with, and putting a diverse local economy? Because you want all kinds of businesses in this community. You want everything from high tech to bars. Strong, diverse.
We are growing clearly we have OC Vibe and Disney Forward, but that is, again, resort, low-paying, pandemic, scary businesses, right? We need to get some of these businesses that have, the L3s and more, we need that type of business base here.
Okay, so we'll wordsmith that when it comes back to you. We'll include all of those comments. Excellent job. Thank you. I hope you feel like this was a valuable conversation to set us on the path for goals. We're going to pause for lunch. We're going to take about 30 minutes because we got a lot. So the meat of this comes after lunch. We'll take about 30 minutes, and then we'll reconvene and we'll talk about your priorities and how those get included into the strategic plan. Any other comments before we go to lunch? Let's eat. All right, thank you.
The staff identified a whole slew of strategies under each goal area that would further those goals. What we're going to do is we're going to do some prioritization. We're going to hold off tearing apart the strategies until a little bit later. But understand that these weren't strategies that the Baker Tilly team came up with. These were strategies that your professional staff have identified either as things that are on their work plan or what they hope to be on their work plan. So they're already sort of in the realm of thought that the departments have been working on or want to work on. So that gives these identified strategies a big leg up. There'll be an opportunity later to identify additional strategies if anything's been missing. But right now, the activity here is just to make sure that the council understands what these various strategies are. We're not going to modify them. We're not going to change them. We're not going to break out the thesaurus. We're just going to make sure you understand what it is that's being proposed. So we're going to walk through them, each goal area at a time. I'm not going to read them all. They're on the boards behind the council. They're also up on the screen. We have the city staff here, department directors, and others. If there is a question as to what something means, because we want to make sure that council is operating from the same level of understanding. If there's a question as to what something means, staff will clarify what the intent is, what it means. So starting with maintaining fiscal responsibility, here's a number of strategies that were identified as it relates to proposed strategy 4. There's some illustrative examples because that's a big strategy, how to use the lease payment measure revenues. And that puts the city in a very unique position, unlike many other cities, where you actually have the prospect of additional general fund revenues coming your way, and so you can do a lot of good things with that. But before we get ahead of ourselves, looking at these proposed strategies, are they clear? Do you understand them? Are there questions on any of them?
Question on number 3. What is that?
So Jim, who on staff best to articulate what that is?
So this is the modernized development impact fees. Debbie?
Yeah, so we are coordinating for the rest of the departments, developer impact fees, which right now for a number of groups are just for Platinum Triangle, but to look at them citywide and do an entire update because we need to be able to make any changes in those. So, and that actually kicked off on Friday. We've already started working on that.
So typically that's reviewing all of your development impact fees that people developing in the city pay, making sure that the cost to provide the services that they're going to receive as they go through the process, that the fee that you're charging encompasses all those costs. Correct?
And Ted White will provide some examples of what those fees might be related to.
Sure. Just, parks fees are a really good example of a development impact fee that hasn't been modernized in a very long time. It's been on the to-do list for a long time, but that could also cover other traffic impact fees, sewer, other infrastructure fees.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Ted.
Any other questions on this set of strategies? Mayor?
I have a question maybe more for you.
Sure.
And about best practices. So when we are looking at, I understand the goals in the 50,000 feet, but when we are looking at proposed strategies, is it meant to be city specific, or is it supposed to be, again, still pretty general that allows us flexibility to move it in different ways? And what do you think is the best practice for a city developing a strategic plan? And the reason I ask, and this is kind of something that struck me not just for this goal but for all of the goals, is I feel like except for number 4, These strategies could be any city in the state of California. Nothing's really Anaheim specific.
So let me respond to that. First of all, when you say the city or city-specific, everything in your strategic plan needs to be things that the city can control, that you can do or you can influence. Obviously, many solutions, strategies will be the same in many places, but it will look different in each city. So updating development impact fees like we just spoke about, certainly, that's something that a lot of cities will do to maintain fiscal responsibility, but it's going to look different in every different community. Throughout this process, and as we develop the plan, there may be something very unique to Anaheim that comes forward, but I would say by and large, most of the strategies that are identified in strategic plans, if you grab 24 strategic plans from California cities, you'd see a lot of similarities because you largely have the same set of tools to deal with the same set of problems. And you may go about them a little different way, and the flavors are different, but broadly speaking, yes, you do tend to see similar strategies. Priorities are different about what some communities want to pursue. At lunch, we were discussing code enforcement. In some communities, they want to go gangbusters on code enforcement. In some other cities, they have a lighter touch. So it looks different in different places, but there is, yes, going to be commonalities.
Okay, so I guess when we're looking at, the reason I'm asking is so it's not the goal when we say like modernize development impact fees, when we're looking at short-term goal implementation to specifically give guidance on which of our fees are adequate and which ones are not adequate. It's just supposed to be broad enough that we can always continue to address over the next 10 years any impact fees.
I'll try to answer it this way. So your staff now is currently looking at a large number of your fees, either all of them or a subset of them. And ultimately, they'll bring that to the city council for consideration because the council will have to decide whether to increase them or not to increase them. So you'll make decisions around that. But certainly, when it comes to fiscal sustainability, one thing that every city really needs to do is make sure that development is paying its fair share as it comes in. We were talking earlier about infrastructure. That's one of the ways that infrastructure gets expanded and enhanced through development impact fees, or that's how you generate money to build new parks. And so it's a broad strategy. Ultimately, the council will need to make the decision on the particular action, and you may decide not to approve every item. You may think a certain fee is right the way it is. You may feel that the general fund should subsidize something if from a policy perspective it makes sense. I hope I answered your question. I'm not sure if I did. Yes, sir.
I know it's just a sub-bullet, but just for clarification purposes, 115 trust, Debbie, can you clarify what that is or what that means?
So that's going to be a vehicle that we're able to utilize for our pensions. So we could fund that unfunded liability with an entity other than CalPERS, and it can only be used for pension costs, but it gives us flexibility too. If we had a downturn, we could actually pay some of our pension benefits from that. And then the real benefit is that over a longer period of time, these types of funds will make more money because you're allowed to have these equity investments, so stocks and things, which I can't invest in the city's treasury in. So, but you can't, it's not something though that you could say, I'm going to put this away for 2 years and then I'll use it. That's not a good idea because in 2 years, if the market goes down, you've lost principal. And so it's a long-term vehicle to help put money aside but still give us flexibility.
It's like a college 529 savings plan that instead of putting your kid through college, you're going to put your pensioners through retirement. But you're keeping the money, you're controlling where the investments are going, you're not giving it to CalPERS, and chances are you're going to earn a better rate. Any other questions on these strategies? Okay. A couple more here under fiscal responsibility. We had 2 more. Do these make sense? Or is there a need for some clarification?
And Steve, can we just mention that there may be others, right? I mean, so these are 6 that we've identified through the executive team, through Baker Tilly, but there may be other strategies they want to put on the table.
We're going to get to that.
All right.
You're getting ahead of me, Jim. Have a cookie. Do these two make sense? Pretty clear? All right. Enhancing livability in your mind with the changes that were made through the discussion. But now look at the strategies. Do you understand what they are? Whether you think they're good strategies or bad strategies, whether you think we're missing strategies or something should be changed, do you understand those that are listed here? Or are there questions? Mayor?
Sorry.
No, don't say you're sorry.
The second one I thought was, I just had a question. So when we're developing strategies to stabilize and expand, that seems contradictory. I mean, I don't know, I guess what stabilize affordable housing and then expand. So does that mean we're stabilizing the amount of units? Are we stabilizing the rents, the cost of, like, what does that mean?
Good question. Who's going to answer that one?
Yeah, I'll take a crack at it. I think, when we talk about housing policy, there's usually 3 legs to the stool that are discussed quite a bit. Stability, that's keeping people in housing, preventing homelessness, et cetera. Supply, that's the production of or expansion of new housing. And subsidy, and that's the direct sort of governmental involvement of, Grace's shop in actually creating new deed restricted buildings. So that's kind of covering both of those: stability, keeping people in their homes, and expanding really kind of points to the supply question.
I would also add.
Your microphone.
I would also add that some of our affordable housing inventory has deed restrictions that are 30 years or some, and so those are not into perpetuity. So part of stabilizing our affordable housing inventory specifically is also having strategies for the preservation of affordable housing so that we don't lose housing that we've invested in.
Thank you.
If this is for you, Ted, so you might as well stay up there. So I have questions about the number 5, update the general plan and zoning code to meet current needs. So if you can expand on that, and then just to prepare you for the next question, I think it's above it. This may not just be you, but generate bold ideas to improve citywide livability, urban design, housing, and transportation. That sounds scary. But you could start with number 5.
Sure. Number 5, general plan best practices in planning is to really 10 to 15 years is more typical. Our general plan was updated in 2004. So we have had certain elements updated since then, housing element, as we all know. But the comprehensive update to the general plan, we're a couple years probably past due, and certainly within the next 10 years, we're going to need to update the general plan. Zoning code is an effort that typically comes along with your general plan. It's an implementation plan of the policy document, the general plan, so you want to update that. At the same time, make sure that your development standards, your uses are reflective of your general plan. So for example, when we updated the general plan in 2004, we added a zoning code for mixed use development that would implement the general plan.
Yeah, and I think you and I have had conversations about this because that does impact the character of a neighborhood. So if something goes from being zoned residential to being zoned mixed, then you have potential challenges for more commercial or removal of commercial and implementing residential. So, and I'm specifically speaking about Anaheim Boulevard. We've had this conversation there. So I like that there, but I definitely think that's big picture for us. But also we have to be careful with, I'm all about preserving the character of, especially my district, with it having a lot of historic homes and historically significant buildings in the area. I'm just very sensitive to that, and also the density issues that going from a commercial to a residential or mixed could create. So that one. And then the other one was, 3, I think. Was that 3? Yes, 3.
Yeah, that's a general, that would, typically a lot of those things would actually happen as part of a general plan update, where you're looking at most, recent trends in urban development. Obviously, general plans include transportation plans, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of that would actually be covered in a general plan update.
Okay. And I just want to make sure when we're doing stuff like this that because I do hear us talk a lot about, well, do we want to be Long Beach or do we want to be Pasadena? I don't want to be either. I want to be Anaheim. So I want to make sure that we are keeping that in mind when we're coming up with these initiatives. We're not trying to be Long Beach. We want to enhance Anaheim and preserve it and make it, or not preserve it, but make it great, but not necessarily what other people are. I always tell my kids, don't compete with anybody but yourself. And I think that's what we need to keep in mind when we're doing number 3 and also our general fund update, or general plan.
Thank you. Number 9, I'm assuming that the maintain, but then expand is the same kind of idea you had up in number 2, where you want to stabilize and expand. Is that the same thinking?
That would be correct, and particularly in the homeless space. We have relied on state dollars such as HHAP dollars and some federal dollars, so that is really where we're concerned about maintaining that. Some of the money that we currently have is strictly tied to state surpluses, which come and go. So there is a need to really have a strategy around those things that we've built, such as CCRT, that are currently funded with HAP, figuring out how we stabilize and maintain that if we feel like that's a critical service to maintain. And then obviously as more people accept coming off the street, having an inventory, expanding an inventory of diversified housing options that people are willing to accept as a means to come indoors.
Okay. My other question is on number 2. Is there a reason that it was specific to low income and not maybe workforce, housing, that kind of a thing? I'm puzzled as to why specific to low.
Perhaps in this thinking, it's because of the fact that when you look at even our RENA numbers, the industry is producing market rate numbers. Our own RENA numbers say that. Where the market is largely not performing is in producing housing that is for lower income folks. In Orange County, lower income could be as high as $80K. In some of our homeownership programs, we've seen people making $80 to $100K. And that's the income level to get into homeownership. But certainly, I think to your point, what we are trying to achieve is a broad spectrum of housing, but always with the sensitivity that the Housing Authority of the city is the only one that is producing housing for a certain spectrum of the of our population.
I guess my thought is we're looking at things like home ownership and the ability to really rent the 2 and 3 bedroom apartments, and which I guess I think of more as workforce housing, because certainly a family of 5 people having nice jobs may not touch that low income, may just be above that, but still can't afford anything. They can't afford that $800,000 condo. So I just, again, my worry is that we concentrate on that, but when we come to changes.
Right, I just want to thank you for adding that. I just want to remind the council, at this point in time, it's just a question of, is it clear? Do you understand? There'll be a time, potentially, to make changes if it's one that floats to the top. If it's one that doesn't float to the top, you don't want to spend 45 minutes talking about it, right? Are there other questions as to these items?
Well, I have a question about your process. So if we're going to come back to it, what if we don't remember some of our feedback? Because it seems like a little bit If we're talking about it now, couldn't we just make changes to it now?
One, I assume you want to leave by 4 o'clock today. And if you have 46 or so strategies, you can tease them all apart, but in the end, you're going to vote and identify your highest priorities for the first 2 years and then 3 to 5 years of the plan. It's not an efficient way to go through this if you go through them all, wordsmith them all, because some of them are going to end up on the cutting room floor.
So at what
So
point will
we'll
we add?
make you notes over here, and we'll be sure that we circle back on any point. And if a council member, just tell us, say, hey, I'd like to circle back on that.
So I'm going to add something to your notes right now. So the workforce housing element is actually a really important one because we probably have city staff who cannot afford to buy a home in Anaheim, and I think that's important to focus on. And the other issue with the low-income residential things that we are building is the cost per unit is so much higher because of the wraparound services that are affiliated with it. So I think that that needs to be incorporated into this. And I may not remember that when we come back to it, so
we took,
thank you.
Something that we got to put a pin in, you let us know, and we'll come back to it if the discussion takes us there where it's germane to discuss. Councilmember.
This is how difficult this is and how difficult it would be. I'm going to go to number 2. This is what I'm hearing. We want to expand affordable housing, but we don't want to do any increase in density, and we don't want to do rezoning. It won't work. You either have one or the other. You want to have affordable housing, you have to rezone, and you have to have high density. You cannot build, you cannot buy a 1 acre lot anywhere in Anaheim, build in West Anaheim, and build a mansion that would cost $2 million. You have to build a complex of units that you will be able to sell it. I'm already seeing contradiction here.
It's a good point, but we're not there yet.
No, but this is how difficult we're going to get.
It is difficult.
All right, thank you.
And you're at the easy part. And this doesn't seem so easy from where I'm standing. And this is the easy part. But is it clear?
Okay, and I'm a little bit concerned with how the process is going to unfold, because if we're not happy with what these proposed strategies are and where they're prioritizing, how am I going to vote on them? Because some of them I would vote against because I don't think it incorporates the priorities that I want. Like number 2 and the housing, I definitely think that home ownership needs to be a key piece of that, and not even just new homes, but providing affordability and assistance to people that want to get into the existing stock of housing that we have out there that is almost affordable to them. But it brings, I think it changes neighborhoods if we can bring ownership to those. So that's stuff like that. And like the first one, address neighborhood blight. I think it should be neighborhood and commercial blight. I mean, that's key to livability, is addressing that kind of blight too. So, and like the last one, fund and implement the public art program. I think we should pursue funding. Do I think we should write a big fat check to put art all over the city? No, I think that's something we need to bring in some private partners for. So if we don't discuss them now, what's your process?
So just go with me on this. Let's trust the process. I know I am. And let's just see. I think we can address the concerns that you and others have raised. But we have to have a sort of an orderly fashion to move this along. I mean, as an alternative, we could go through every single one of these. But again, some of these are not going to be your top pick as a council. So trust me, as a former city manager, just go with me on this, and it'll work. You'll see. You'll like it. Councilman.
Okay. In terms of the strategies, where I think one is missing, or maybe it's somewhere, and I need you to tell me where it might be. But in the 80s and 90s, when we still had redevelopment, Anaheim did a great job in selecting impacted neighborhoods, buying the units and rebuilding them. I think the finest example we have, which is close by to where we are right now, is Hermosa Village. With the loss of redevelopment, it's been almost impossible for the city to take a leadership role and go in there and buy these substandard units and turn them around. I hope in the future we'll be able to find a way of funding that. Where is that in here?
Sure, that's a great question. So your goal is enhanced livability. And let's say one of the proposed strategies that comes out on top through this process is address neighborhood blight. Then that's your strategic plan and that's your strategy to promote livability. Then, working with the staff as they develop their implementation action plan, what are the action steps? You break it down to a lower level. What are the action steps under addressing neighborhood blight? One would be acquire, rehab, and sell dilapidated units, right, or something like that. So we're at 40,000 feet, then we pick our strategies, it gets us to 20,000 feet, and then where the staff fills in is, okay, what are sort of the instructions like tying your shoe to get to move that strategy along?
So you're saying that we're going through these really quickly and then we're gonna say, okay, top 3 or top 4, but not all.
We're gonna give you 20 votes because we know how much councils like to vote. And we're gonna see how it shakes out. And then we can pick them apart a little bit more. But this is how we start
condensing
risk.
Okay.
All right, so were we good there? We all understand what this means? Investing in infrastructure and amenities. Are the 3 items listed here clear? Whether you like them or hate them, do you understand them?
I like number 1, said centers, with an S at the end.
Yes. Jim made sure there was an S. Yes, sir.
I indeed am a senior, and at risk of getting a lot of people upset at me, and I certainly believe we need to dedicate facilities to senior centers and senior benefits, but what about community centers and regular community benefits? Can we, create centers dedicated to senior programming and senior benefits? And I'm not against that, but somewhere should we not have create centers dedicated to community benefit programming? Okay, so we have that in number 3 then. Okay, I'm just saying that number 1 is very, very specific, and I have to get all the way down to number 3 before I find something that deals with everybody else, which is broader. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mayor.
Just one question. I know that we talked and we fleshed it out that we were supportive of keeping maintenance in the goal, but when you look at the strategies, except for paving, maybe it's an assumption, but we don't then put in our strategies anything about maintaining all of these new things that we want to do.
We just haven't got there yet. This is just the slide. You're a step ahead, Mayor. Here you go. Here's your paving. Here's your PCI. Councilmember Meeks likes so much. What is the current PCI index of the city? Not bad. So these items that are here, 5 of them on this slide, do they make sense? I see heads nodding. Okay, great. You got a lot of stuff under infrastructure. The last 3. Any questions? It's straightforward, you understand it? Okay, great. Okay, we're going to write that down. We're missing maintenance. We've got to take it from the goal statement and stick it in the strategies. All right, foster a high-performing organization, a higher-performing, because you already are a high-performing organization. 7 strategies listed here. Are they clear? Do you understand them? Do they make sense? Good. Any questions? Okay. Support public safety, and again, we're going to modify it a little bit, so we'll just call it public safety. Some strategies around this, 6 are listed here. Do they make sense? Any questions? Okay. Economic development and tourism. 10 strategies listed here. Olympics will be here before you know it. I still remember the 84 Olympics. Any questions? Make sense? Okay. Lunch. See? You guys are already way ahead. It's going great. Okay. So now we're getting into the really fun. You've been having all kinds of fun. It gets even more fun from here on out. So again, it's a 10-year strategic plan, and it's not poured in concrete. You can modify it. You don't want to modify it every council meeting, but certainly you want to revisit it periodically and see if it's still the right goals and are those still the right strategies. So we have 6 goals, 6 goal areas. Our numbers may be off a little bit. I think it's something like 53 strategies. So we're going to take a pass at it right now. You have in your cute little envelopes some dots. Alyssa did such a nice job, her and her team, of putting together some dots for you. So you have 20 dots each. You have 10 blue dots, which represent years 1 and 2. And you have 10 red dots, which represent years 3 to 5. Now, given some of the comments that we've gotten, I think this is the best approach. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to go up and just start with the blue dots and put the dots by the strategy that you think is important to focus on in the first 2 years of the strategic plan. You can put them anywhere. It's not X number of dots for each particular goal area. If all the things that you feel are important are under one goal area, then you have at it. But you can't put more than one dot next to an item, and you can't tear your dots in half. Now, again, given some of the comments, if there's something up there that you kind of like, but it's missing something, like maybe it's the low income housing and you like it if it was also moderate and workforce or something, go ahead and put your dot there. Well, it's a qualified dot. But what this is going to help us to do is to shake this all out a little bit. And we're going to see the ones that didn't get a whole lot of attention, at least, for the first 2 years. And then we're going to do the same thing with our blue dots for years 3 to 5. And we'll have a sense of kind of where you are in your priority. Then we can whip them into shape if they need it. Does that make sense? Yes, sir.
Can we get more blue dots?
We can make a deal.
I have a question for the city manager.
Yes.
Why can't we do all of them?
I'll tell you why, and he won't tell you.
I mean, and
because
anybody that worked for me can appreciate that comment.
Right.
It's like,
because
let's just do it all.
You can't do everything all at once.
I get
you
that we can't.
You can do it all over time. And if you like all these, certainly over the life of your strategic plan, you can do them all. But you can't do them all in the first 2 years.
I understand I can't build 6 fire stations all at once, but I can have goals all at once. I guess that's kind of my confusion. It's like, yeah, I can have goals for the next 10 years, and the
those are all your
implementation
goals.
plan will spread that all out. But I'm concerned with going up there and picking
but you're
10
telling
of these very important things and saying the other 37 aren't important.
No, what you're saying is in the first 2 years and then in the next 3 to 5 years, which one should staff be focusing on most immediately? That's called setting priorities.
All right.
This workshop's your idea, council member.
I know, and I want to do it all.
But you can't. You don't have the staff and you don't have the money.
Okay, then number
You
one
have
will be
to
get the
have
staff.
some priority.
Okay, so you need to go and put your dot on new general fund revenues.
We're here to tell you some uncomfortable truths. Councilmember.
So are there
Pro Tem.
any here that have to be done? There's some that staff has said, well, we're already working on them. Well, I don't want to put a dot on it if they're already doing it.
If there's something that has to be done, and at some point I would turn to the city manager to say that has to be done. We've approached this as the council is in a position to set priorities for this work plan.
Well, and I think to supplement what Steve is saying is that we're not going to be ignoring the other items over the next 2, 5, 10 years. We're identifying priorities.
I'm going to phone a friend.
But again, not ignoring. Steve, is that fair to say that we're not taking those off the list and we're going to stop doing that? Like in other words, like let's say like there's not a priority for pursuing state and federal grants. we're still going to do that, right?
We're going to talk later about where you have to make adjustments, because invariably you will. Things happen, right? Natural disasters happen, opportunities for money happen. We're going to get to that, but one step at a time. This is about setting priorities. Don't overpromise. Some macro aggression right there. These are great dots, by the way.
I didn't see any. I guess as long as I don't say I didn't like it, right? It's okay.
I'm having fun now.
You probably shouldn't touch him.
I know I should probably be washing my hands, right?
Keep your hands to yourself.
Seems like Jack was fine.
Brew just wants some more chicken nuggets.
I don't know. I'm starting to feel new appreciation for chicken nuggets. I'm taking the last minute chicken nuggets. My kids are like in elementary.
So here's what's funny. So I brought those out as a joke. Everybody ate them.
I know.
Everybody ate the nuggets.
I know. When somebody
Like
told
they
me-
were walking through it like, oh, nuggets, boom, boom. I mean, you can't not, it's like peanut butter jelly sandwich. You can't not like that. Money is no object. Come on. $25,000. I appreciate it. We understand the dynamics. What was the lowest price? The day before us. That's way out
Wasn't that fun? I know, because it forced you to prioritize, right? That's right. Just do everything all at once and do it tomorrow. So let's take a few minutes. So take a look at the board. You might have to turn around in your chair. Any surprises? Or does anything stand out to you? Just thoughts from council members. What do you think?
Well, I think some of them we're already actively doing, and we will always continue to do. It's just part of just the regular function and role of government, so I didn't want to put dots on things like pursue state and federal grants. So I feel like that's just something that we're going to do anyway, so that
Right,
wouldn't necessarily...
no-brainer, right?
Yeah, it's not a one-year goal, a 10-year goal, it's an always goal. And I think there's some of the ones that, because we're already actively doing it, it's going to be an ongoing pursuit.
Okay. great, great. Any other thoughts on what you see there? Just the way that the dots shook out? Sorry we couldn't get larger dots.
It looks like all of them have a dot next to them, so.
Yeah, in one, right, almost,
So
right?
let's go, get them done.
One way or another, well, and that's perfect because I wanted to clarify something. All of these strategies will be in your strategic plan, all of them, and maybe some more, because there'll be an opportunity in a few minutes to talk about whether we're missing anything. They're all going to be in there, but they're going to be in essentially one of three columns. First 2 years, years 3 to 5, and then sort of TBD, right? The ones that didn't get a dot or maybe only got one dot will probably fall into the TBD. And then as you work through your plan and you revisit your plan, as you're getting things done, everything's going to roll. And you'll add new strategies as you move forward into the future. Mayor Pro Tem.
Except, as Mayor said, some of the things that we didn't put, I'm going to use something about the mobile services. Expand mobile services to better serve the community. Phenomenal project, phenomenal. They expanded it in this year. No dots were there because they do it already.
34 communities. Okay.
And they're looking for additional money already to do it. So it's not that we don't think it's important. I didn't want to waste a dot. But we don't want them to stop and push it to year 10.
Well, you said two things. They're doing it, they've done it, and they've done a good job.
Yes.
What you're signaling by not putting a whole bunch of dots there is that in the grand scheme of it all, where you are with that particular program, you don't want to give up and you don't want to go retrograde, but it's pretty good right now. They should continue to look to enhance it, but is it the highest priority for the next 2 years? No, because it's in pretty good shape.
As long as they continue it.
That's a given.
I don't want them to think that it's not important because it doesn't have any dots.
No, it's still going to be in the plan.
Okay.
So it's still, if it's written down, that what gets measured is what gets done, and it's in the document, it's there. So it's still a priority. So any other thoughts on the way it shook out? Because then we're going to shift it a little bit. Okay, great. So I know that there was some concern about the way some of the strategies were drafted. For example, on the housing. Mayor Pro Tem had brought up a good comment about, well, it says, low income. Should that be broadened a little bit? So why don't we start with the ones that have the most dots and see if we're comfy with the way that it's phrased. Again, knowing that staff is going to build out underneath each one of these strategies particular actions that they're going to take to push that strategy to further that goal. So why don't we start, with an enhanced livability and address neighborhood blight, because I think that was our top vote getter as a high priority. Are we comfortable with the phraseology of that strategy? Does that make sense?
I wanted it to include commercial blight also.
Okay, so neighborhood and commercial blight? Okay, that's perfect. That's exactly what we want to do in this time. So Carol's writing that down. Let's just keep going with that board. Another one that got a fair number, even though it's 3 of the red, but let's make sure we're comfy because we're talking about it. The strategies to expand affordable housing for low-income residents. We wanted to expand that a little bit.
I'd say workforce housing because workforce could be low income all the way up to moderate. Or even high. It broadens that category a little bit.
All right. So is everybody comfortable with that change? We'll include workforce.
I think there were several of us that wanted it to include home ownership also. I mean, just prioritizing home ownership. I think that's very important to several of us.
Right. Now, you could, implementing home ownership programs could be something under the strategy, but if you feel it rises to the level that it should be stated in the strategy, I'm going to throw that out.
I personally want it stated in the strategy because it's a very high priority to me. I think it's important to the city, so just don't want that to get lost.
So affordable housing, including home ownership?
Focus on rental.
So we'll add including home ownership.
Yeah, because doesn't the way it's phrased, like to me, right now our affordable housing for low-income residents is rental. exclusively rental.
Yeah.
Right, so I think we would need to separate out if we want to do a first-time homebuyer program. That is not rent, that would be
See, a
different than
first-time
rental.
homebuyer program would be, like a task below the strategy.
I think, okay, first-time home ownership program would be a task below the goal of home ownership, but that to me, I think, just the way it's phrased right now, I think that's to me is exclusively rental, so I agree with my colleague that home ownership and then expanding the available stock of affordable rental property are two different things.
Right, so we're going to broaden that in two ways. We're going to broaden it to not just be low income, and we're going to broaden it to include home ownership. Is that agreed?
Yes. Quick clarifying question. Would that fall under, we're talking about two.
Yes.
Then there's another one that you all wrote in. Would it fall under that, or does it matter
No.
where it falls in? 2B.
That was one that just didn't get on the board right. It should have been a separate number.
I mean, but housing is part of that one. So I guess my question is, and again, stop me if it doesn't really matter, but does the home ownership and what we're talking about, does that fall under number 2, where we're focused on the affordable workforce stuff, or does it fall under that next one of generate bold ideas to improve city?
It's number 2.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, to my colleague's point, I would say develop strategies to stabilize and expand affordable housing, rental, and for sale options.
Yeah, ownership.
Yeah, ownership options.
Right. All right, so we're going to
For
clarify.
workforce resident, workforce housing.
All right, so we're going to tweak that one as well. Okay. Looking at the rest of enhanced livability, we got number 4, got 3 blue and 1 red. I think we understand what that means. Community engagement, that's broad umbrella. A lot of things can go under that. Is there a need to clarify the language on any of the others that received a fair number of dots under that category?
I would say for number 4, I would add communications in there somewhere, because expanding engagement to me means community services and outreach, but it really is, our communications team is very small and mighty, but they have to communicate to 350,000 residents in the city, so I think including communications in that is probably necessary.
Expand community, or expand communications and engagement with the community, or
something like that,
variation
or
of that?
expand,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay, and the way it's worded, I mean, it doesn't say community services, because I would hope that every department would take a look at this and take some ownership. Police, fire, public utilities, public works, everyone has an opportunity for outreach. So the way I'm assuming that it's city-wide.
Right, it's not exclusive to, say, the PIO's office. It's the city organization. Your utility would engage perhaps more with its customer base, which is a little different than the way the police department may engage with the community, which is different than the way Parks and Rec might do that. But it's all under the umbrella of enhancing communication and engagement. And outreach. Okay. All right. Looking at the others on that board that got some dots, is there a need to make any modification? I think it's pretty straightforward, right? All right. Let's jump back over to my left, the maintain fiscal responsibility. The ones that got the most dots there are number 1 and number 4. I think we all understand what number 1 means. Again, that's broad, it's an umbrella. Staff would bring forward possible actions council could take under that, but is there any need to modify that?
I don't think it should be limited to general fund. So I mean, where I'm
Okay.
getting that to is housing. So for example, we have housing dollars that could potentially come into like a trust, for example.
Mhm.
So if there were specific dollars from ATID that were going to be reallocated to housing, that would be specific and not go to the general fund.
Okay, so we'll exercise general fund out of there, and we'll make sure that it's broadly speaking, it's city revenues, generally speaking, all your funds. Okay, great. And number 4, we gave some illustrative examples in the workbook and on the slides. It reads pretty straightforward, but is there a need for any greater clarification around that one? And again, that's a great problem to have. Good, okay, great. All right, why don't we jump over to Goal C, infrastructure. And we got kind of a 2 and 2 there for number 1. We heard a lot about senior programming and senior centers. And then we talked a little bit about, well, what about other community facilities? And so that's kind of caught in number 3. So with that said, is there a need to clarify or modify any of the items on there?
One of the things that wasn't on there, although it's part of the goal, is the maintenance piece and looking at our facilities and what it takes to maintain them and how do we catch up with deferred maintenance and things like that. That was not in there.
Right.
But I think as part of the goal, it might need to be in there.
Right. And once we go through this, I'm going to come back and say, and what's not on there?
Okay. So write that down.
But as it stands, we all generally understand what, as a strategy articulated, what those mean?
Maintenance is under financial responsibility.
No, but we talked about that, remember, really robustly during the conversation about invest infrastructure amenities when we rewrote that whole thing. And we kept maintenance in there.
Okay.
So I agree, it should be 12.
Okay. I think that means you all are good with the way those 11 are written. Looking at D, high-performing organization, is there a need to clarify any item on there? All good? Okay. And of course, we're going to modify the way Goal E is written, but as it relates to the strategies themselves, are they clear? Is there a need to articulate those any further? Okay, you're doing great. And then Goal F, economic development and tourism. Create and implement an economic development strategic plan. That was popular one. It's a good thing to do. The Olympics. What to do about the stadium. Any need for clarification on any of those? Any need to modify any of those?
But we will discuss these, right? Because I do have comments about them.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're trying to
I just want to make sure we're going to have an opportunity to express ourselves
we're
at
eating
some
the
point.
elephant one step at a time. Okay. All right, so it's probably a good segue before we circle back to what's missing. So now would be a good time if council members did have additional thoughts on any of these. And again, the staff is here to answer questions. That means you, Councilmember.
Thank you. So I do have a question about the Olympics. Because I'm very mindful of other cities who have had invested a lot of their general funds into enhancing their city for specific events and then kind of let things go. So I would like to have more clarity on what that would look like and if that's a good investment that the city should be doing or businesses should be doing.
So currently it's looking at how do we maximize the opportunity through collaboration. The biggest opportunity for us other than volleyball, certainly at the Honda Center, is hotel rooms. Because we know folks are going to come and attend the park across the street and they're looking for a significant room block in Anaheim. So we've started the process of at least getting the folks together to start talking about the opportunities, not only Olympics, but also the World Cup in 26.
So what does that mean for the city? Would that be a Visit Anaheim function, which is not necessarily a city of Anaheim, but maybe we provide more direction? What type of investment would the city be giving into this strategy?
Currently, it's the coordination component. So our office is bringing together all the disparate parties, whether it's Visit Anaheim, the Orange County Sports Commission, Honda Center, OCTA, LA Metro, to talk about where we can partner and where the opportunities are for Anaheim to succeed financially.
But thus far, there hasn't been any discussion or commitment of city resources towards that purpose.
Okay, because the host of the volleyball Olympics will be the Honda Center, and they're a private entity. So, I mean, they would be the ones who would pay for whatever is going to happen within their infrastructure. And then the hotels that would benefit, they're benefiting, and the city would benefit through TOT revenue. Okay, so I wanted to make sure that we're not investing general fund dollars to improve the infrastructure in preparation for the Olympics.
Tom, you want to address the relationship issue with Honda Center?
In terms of, yeah, so they're the host for volleyball, and they will have a contract directly with the LA 28 folks. We are looking at opportunities to utilize, I'll use the term, other people's money. There's a lot of FTA money being used currently for various transportation projects throughout, I'll say, the LA metro area. And if there's an opportunity for us to participate in some of those funds to benefit not only the Olympics, but also Anaheim beyond the Olympics, we're certainly open to that as well.
And could we use TID dollars for that? Because we do have transportation revenue that's already allocated from the TID, right?
There are TID dollars involved in transportation, although the first thing we're looking at is kind of some of the federal funds that are being used currently. Inglewood received, I think, $1 billion. They're talking about providing some money for a train to Las Vegas as well to be done prior to the Olympics. So we're looking at all those opportunities of which to use funds to really make the Olympics a unique experience and for the city to benefit.
Tom? Oh, sorry, go ahead. I was just going to ask about public safety. So and also that is going to be a big part of bringing the Olympics here, right, is making sure that we have enough police officers and firefighters to support the increase in traffic in our city. So I just want to make sure that that is also going to be funded, not through city general funds, but through the people who are actually going to be benefiting from it.
I mean, I think we'll likely have some ancillary exposure as a result of this influx of folks coming in. But as of right now, I think the block of rooms for the Olympics is like 5,000 for like 2 weeks.
Correct. So it's a large citywide for 2 weeks. And the other thing with the Olympics that they're pushing is a car-less Olympics. So it's being all done with mass transportation. So we're trying to figure out what that component looks like in Anaheim as well. So from a police and fire standpoint, it's kind of like doing a large citywide convention, but for a 2-week stretch.
Okay. Because I am mindful of how we utilize our city employees, including our police and fire, and the overtime that it requires and the stress it puts onto their families and so I just want to make sure we're preparing for that when it comes up. So.
Tom, I agree with my colleague here. I think I'm going to make an assumption here, but I think we are probably a little skittish, concerned that we might be spending general fund dollars on a single purpose project, building facilities specific to the Olympic, and once the Olympic is over, it sits there and then stares back at us. And we're not considering that.
We are not.
Thank you.
Good questions, important questions. So now, I think an appropriate thing to do would be to ask the council members, is there a strategy that you really hoped you would have seen there under one of these goals that you're not seeing? And then we can talk about that and see if there's consensus amongst council, whether it needs to be added, and if so, sort of where in the priority. But again, you have limited resources, staff, money, time. And this is something that's not in concrete. You will revisit your plan as you move along. But that said, I know that people have their priorities, their issues, their concerns. So let's open that up and see if there are any items that council members feel, gee, I really was hoping to see a strategy of X under Y goal. Anybody? Mary?
Yeah. Are we starting with a specific goal or just run through all of them?
You give us what you got.
All right.
And start wherever you want.
So under goal A for maintaining financial responsibility, I know that our departments are really, really good at running a tight ship. But I think we talk about a lot about new funding sources and federal grants and maybe looking at fees, but I was hoping to, just in the back of the mind also, developing programs that we're always being mindful to eliminate waste, as well as if we have departments that come up with innovative strategies that are cost-saving mechanisms, to have some type of incentive or reward program where if you're a department and you come up with a new idea and it saves your department money, you're not getting penalized by not having that in your budget the next year. I think there should be an incentive program for our departments when they do come, either whether it's technology and AI, whether it's a new way of doing things and pivoting, to be able to reward innovative ways to implement cost-saving programs.
So can I stop you there and respond to that one? So that's a great idea. Would you be comfortable if we took the focus off of maintain fiscal responsibility and instead put that in the bucket of the high-performing organization and let the staff note that perhaps as one of the sub-tasks or steps to consider something like that as a way to, again, promote an innovative work culture? Or is it something that you feel, no, that's a big enough deal that alone should serve as a strategy?
I mean, I think it should be a strategy and something that is at the forefront of staff's mind.
Mhm.
That, always looking for ways to eliminate waste, be innovative, and get rewarded for it at the same time.
Right.
But which goal you put it under, I don't care.
A reward program is a pretty discrete thing, is what I'm trying to convey. And to make that one of your strategies, I would submit to you that I think that's an element that falls under a strategy.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, you're not looking for somebody gets a trophy, right? I mean, you're just looking for that department not to be penalized by, oh, you came up with that great idea, now we're going to take that saved revenue away from you.
It goes into the general fund and you,
Yeah, which happens all the time. But,
yes.
but I think maintain financial responsibility is a better place for finding innovative ways to reduce waste and, save money. So I would keep it in there. How it gets rewarded or whatever, I think is something that can be discussed with, developed by the city manager and, how that
So I think
works.
the strategy you just articulated is a good way to say it if the mayor's comfortable with that. Identify innovative ways to reduce waste.
Reduce waste.
Or to save money or what have you. Are you comfortable with phrasing it that way?
All right.
She's lived through it, so. Sorry, I'm just going through this goal by goal. One of them did not get a lot of votes, so I am not going to talk about public art. I do, and I know that we've brought this up, but under Goal C, I just think that it's very clear in the major goal statement that we're prioritizing maintenance, but when we get to the strategies, it's all about creating new spaces, and we're not considering, and I think it might be an assumption, but it's not stated that while we want to create these centers and while we want to look at a new civic center or anything, that we are also just being mindful that we would like to maintain them in the budget going forward.
So we need a deferred maintenance strategy.
Disagree, I think it's in the major goal. I don't see it in the strategy, at least it's not clear to me.
Well, deferred maintenance is under C, under financial responsibility.
Yes, I think it needs to be under
Infrastructure.
Because that's what we said when we were told to circle back.
Okay.
So is there a consensus that there needs to be a strategy around addressing deferred maintenance needs?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Deferred maintenance and ongoing maintenance.
It's not just deferred, it's all maintenance.
All right.
Yeah, all maintenance.
Yeah.
Deferred and ongoing maintenance.
Maintaining infrastructure.
Yes.
And maybe it's one that is missing. In the 1990s, the city government was very silo-ish. It's not today, and that was due to a lot of senior management and city, not so much the city council as I remember, but certainly city executive management seeing that it's just better for the community to work together. I don't know if we want to continue to just remind our team that we are not a city of silos, and cross-departmental communication is very, very important. Maybe that's in there somewhere, or should be.
Again, that probably falls under the high-performing organization. But I didn't want to cut off the mayor.
No, no. Sorry, I'm just going through. One of the things I think I put under high-performing organization in my notes yesterday or the day before is considering creating departments or structures that are devoted to innovation. And I think it's something that's not necessarily in any specific department, but a team of people that can look at all departments, and maybe to my council colleagues about, cross-pollination, having a department or team dedicating to breaking down red tape, silos, looking towards new cutting-edge ways to do things.
That's the written-in item. That's what that was intended to cover.
Okay, well, I like that. Sorry. Okay. And then what's my goalie? We already have, I saw that we added DEI in there, which, where's our public safety? Public safety. So one of the strategies, and I don't know if it's public safety or necessarily high-performing organization, but I think it's really important in public safety that when we look at hiring either people from the community that they are going to serve or people that look like and reflect the community that we are serving. It's a bit of a DEI, but just in the public safety realm. I mean, I feel like to me, goal E really is all of the strategies are just police and just fire, so that's why I put it under this pot. I know it's talked about in other areas, as well as potentially stipends, and maybe for all employees, but stipends to encourage our public safety officers to live in and around Anaheim, but in Anaheim. And then do we have any goals? I mean, I know we have, I wasn't sure, I guess it's a question about emergency preparedness for potential disasters, but does that incorporate and include terrorism and threat assessments?
I would turn to either the police chief or the fire chief to respond to that. Chief?
Thank you, Mayor. That's a great question. So when we look at disasters, we both look at natural and human disasters, so that would cover terrorism as well.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. And I think that's all I had for things that I thought potentially, sorry, I lied. Last, for economic development and tourism, I think it's important to, look at not necessarily just looking to our partners for workforce development or looking in our local economy or regionally for economic development, but potentially exploring foreign partnerships and foreign relationships. And how do we look at attracting some of those foreign industries and foreign companies to potentially look at Anaheim as their American hub?
Okay, great. Mayor Pro Tem.
On public safety, we talk about a new police headquarters, a couple of new fire stations, but we don't ever talk about the number of personnel needed by the city. A growing city, growing a number of tourists. Where do we look at that?
See, I would submit to you that your number of police officers, your number of firefighters isn't necessarily in your strategic plan, but your overarching goal is to make sure that the city is safe. And as the city manager and the two chiefs put their budgets together and they work through, obviously if there's a need to enhance and expand staffing, they would bring that forward to recommend and also identify how you're going to pay for it. So it falls under the broader goal, but just having a particular strategy around, some cities may say, let's expand. Maybe that's just what they want to do, increase their numbers. But to just have that it needs to fit under the broader goal. I'm not doing a good job articulating the response, but I don't think that stands alone as a strategy. I think it is in part of, as the staff brings forward steps to make sure the city is a safe place. It's implicit in there.
Could we, to address the Mayor Pro Tem's comment, could we think of adding a statement to the effect that maybe a goal would be to improve or lower response times? And that gives then
Well, that could be a
staff
strategy.
the opportunity to say, okay, if we want to go from 2 minutes to 3 minutes, it's going to take this many more officers, trucks, equipment. So I think we've, from time to time in the past, we as a city council have talked about response times because that's something our residents are aware of. They call for an emergency, well, it's going to be 20 minutes. That to them, that could be life and death. So I wonder if that is part of this.
An appropriate strategy would be to identify ways to reduce police and fire response times. That alone, because you can't necessarily commit to reducing them until you know what's it going to cost you. If reducing, say, fire response time to under 6 minutes means you're going to have to build 3 new fire stations, well, that's another big ball of wax to deal with. So I think an appropriate strategy would be to identify ways to reduce response time. You can do that analysis, and then if the council wants the staff to go further, after you've identified what those steps would take, then obviously you move in that direction. So would that be satisfactory?
I'll ask my Mayor Pro Tem if that isn't.
Yes, that's exactly what I was getting to.
Okay. Great. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just one, I have a couple of additions and then just one comment on the Olympics and the World Cup. So for staff that's working on whatever it is that we're going to be doing from a city perspective, if we could just keep in mind any potential opportunities that we may be able to connect some of our students or some of our sports teams in the community to whatever opportunities there are with volleyball or whatever it is. And then also if it's possible to maybe loop in some of our local restaurants for potential catering opportunities with the teams. Because I know there was a world, Tom, you're going to have to correct me on this one, there was a volleyball competition at some point here at the convention center last year. And so I remember that there was one of the teams actually ended up going to a District 2 restaurant, and that was kind of like their hub. And so just something to consider. I know that this isn't necessarily the World Cup conversation, but wanted to throw that out there to put it on people's radars. 2 things that I wanted to add on to this. One is under Goal C, and I'm not sure if it's just in addition to number 2, where we're looking at indoor and outdoor spaces. But if we could, and I'm not sure if my colleagues are open to this, if we could look at our public pools. We only have one, I think, in the city. So taking a look at 1 or 2. One.
You don't have
It's
one
the
at
Pearson
Anaheim?
Park
No,
one, right?
it's Canyon High School.
Yeah, so if we could look at, and I don't know if that's, we're buying buildings with pools that are already kind of ready to go, or if that's...
I hear you're going to build one for the Olympics.
Hey, well, there you go. We'll build it right next to a high school, so double use. But that's something that I've heard from the community, and I know it's not open year-round either, so there's only the one public pool that we have in the city. That'd be one addition. And then the second one is under, I think, Goal B. And I'm not sure, again, it could be tied into number 8 with maintaining and expanding services to address homelessness and its impacts, or if it's a separate strategy. But I know certain areas in our city, we have certain areas that are hotspots, but it's also, it takes a while to figure out who is the entity or organization that is responsible for addressing those issues, where it could be Union Pacific, it could be Southern California Edison, it could be us, it could be a county. So coming up with some sort of plan or strategy for certain areas where there is kind of that overlap and working with those different partners so that we're not scrambling to address whatever issue is at hand and we're trying to figure out who it is that we need to contact, that we have sort of, and maybe that's a 3 to 5 year strategy, but having something that we know whose area is what and who's responsible for what, and making sure everybody's on the same page on that. I don't know.
And help me out, you see that falling under which item?
B, enhanced livability, because it was mostly related to homelessness.
Okay.
So again, I don't know if that's just in addition to that or if that's a potential separate strategy.
So as a strategy to deal with some problematic areas, who's responsible.
To put together a game, whether it's a game
Right.
plan or some sort of, and I don't even know if it's an org chart or something that lets us know and lets everybody's on the same page in terms of who's responsible
Right.
for
Okay.
addressing that certain area.
Got it, that's helpful, thank you.
Right. I think it falls under the homeless one, because when we've had those conversations where the homeless hotline should be a triage, you know, that person should know all of those things and direct that call to the right, or that issue to the right people, but that's something we need to just do.
Yeah, no, and again, I mean, it goes back to the whole point of working with our community partners and different companies and organizations that are, that can make decisions for these certain areas. And the only reason why I bring it up is because in this last year, I mean, we've had this conversation a number of times where we're not sure whose area is what, and everybody points at each other, and we don't know. You know, it takes us a while to actually address the issue because it takes us months to figure out who's responsible for it. So being proactive in that sense, I think, is important.
Great.
Had a few questions or a few comments on the enhanced livability. I just want to make sure, because we bounced around, that the neighborhood and commercial blight gets included in there, that we've wrapped in home ownership as part of our goal. Under the youth and seniors needs assessment, it just says conduct a needs assessment, and I think we need to add in there pursue those needs or the identified needs. It's not just like a one and done thing. Okay, we did a study, we're done. So making sure that's in there. And then on the, I know public art didn't get a lot of them, but just to make sure, I think it should say pursue funding and implementation of the public art program, because I think there's an opportunity for us to look to private partners to help us fund that instead of just to the general fund. So.
Right,
Those
the
are my
implication,
comments
the
on
way
that.
it's written is that the city would fund it, so
Yeah,
pursue
it's
funding.
like write a check, and it's like,
Right.
no, that's not my goal.
Okay.
And then the other one on the public safety, I think we talked a lot about how that needs to be broader and that there are a lot of elements to a safe city, and those goals didn't really fold that in. So hopefully staff maybe can help identify some goals that broaden, you know, what we really want to do with that category.
Right, right. The
Okay?
goal has been a little broadened, so perhaps it begs some other strategies.
Yes. And I don't have those right now, but I'm sure that group right out there.
That's right.
Got them. That's it.
Great, Councilmember?
So on the infrastructure one, I just want to make sure that we're addressing connectivity, because now with internet and everything being such a big part of what we're doing as a city, businesses need it, households need it. I just want to make sure that's part of the infrastructure maintenance. I know we work with partners for that, but making that process easier.
Could you articulate that a little bit?
Yeah, so for example, making sure that we're working with either ensuring that there's fiber or 5G, or I know Sergio knows what I'm talking about. So we have businesses here who cannot get up and running because their whole business depends on making sure that they have sufficient connectivity in the city. So just making sure that we have that included
In that regard,
infrastructure.
do you see the city facilitating that as opposed to providing that?
Never, yet not providing,
Okay.
because we're not in the business of
So helping
that
to facilitate
facilitate that,
connectivity.
yes, and ensure that we are maintaining our infrastructure,
Right.
working with those third parties to make sure that it's up to speed.
Mhm.
And then to goal E, public safety, just a couple of comments. So the develop a plan for a new police headquarters. I do think that it's important. We need to support additional police officers, and I think it appears as though we may have grown out of the current facility that we have. I know we have a lot of little micro agencies across the city. The number 4 is activate the public safety real-time crime center, and that kind of goes back to addressing the technology needs that we have. I live close to the main station. I don't know how good our internet is. I can't imagine that it's great inside of the, and you could probably answer this, Chief. Do you guys have good internet capabilities? Because that's probably necessary to actually operate and monitor your real-time crime center.
No.
Okay, so that probably should be a priority. One of the things that I'd like to also see is a police training facility. So I know now we send our police officers to across the state. We have a great fire training facility. I get to sit on our, Thank you. So so that is a really beneficial thing that we have in the city of Anaheim, and we bring a lot of other agencies who help support our hazmat and stuff like that. So having maybe Anaheim could be the regional training facility, so we don't have to send people to Sacramento, which could be cost prohibitive and also take people out of Anaheim. So that's something, and we might even be able to bring other agencies here who could offset some of those expenses. So I would love to see us do something like that here. And then I don't even know where this would fall, because it kind of falls into public safety, it could be economic development, and it could also be infrastructure.
Yeah,
but
there's a lot of crossover between them.
Yeah, so a health department. So if Anaheim is the largest city in the County of Orange, we depend heavily on the County of Orange to help us with our taco stands and the other things that have popped up in Anaheim. But if we had our own health department, we would be able to do a lot more in terms of shutting these vendors down, and then also, possibly having our own ability to I know you probably deal with this, Tom. You're reliant on the health department when we have big conventions here at the convention center, but if we had our own health department, we could do that ourselves. It would be sort of like a public utilities for the city, and we could also utilize this service across the county. And so that's just something, that's big, big, big picture. So I don't really know where that would fall. It could be economic development, it could be
I think that falls under public safety. Okay. Health is a public safety matter, right?
Yeah, and we do have a big problem with food vendors. We're at the mercy of our county agencies, and we pay them in some cases, so that's just something I was thinking. That's all.
Okay, great. Councilmember.
Right. Earlier I talked about some of the contradictions, right? We want affordable housing, but we don't want high density. And that's a good conversation. I'm not criticizing this. I'm not criticizing anything. But I'm seeing a contradiction here. All right. On the goal B, number 1, address neighborhood blight. And we have a lot of wishes right there, right? But then we go here, goal A, number 1. I see a contradiction. We want all these services, enhanced services, but we really only for blue there to enhance revenue to support those services. For me, that's a contradiction. And by the way, I like what the mayor said about attract foreign investment. That should be on the number 1 too. We know about Korea and Japan. They are desperate to find a place to invest the money, and we should be open for that. Number B, goal B, number 8, maintain and expand services to homeless. And I said this before, the city alone won't fix that problem. We have an issue in California, and that's Proposition 47, Proposition 57, and some of the policies that the state have implemented that increases the amount of homeless. I would like there to also to encourage or to lobby a state representative to enhance laws that prevent homelessness. Because the city alone, doesn't matter how much money we put in there, the city alone won't fix that problem. That's it.
Right, that can be one of the steps under your broader strategy.
Correct.
Right. And for instance, the state's trying to stand up these care courts, right? And
correct. And as soon as Proposition 47 passed, within a week, we had the riverbed full of homeless. Right. That was a problem that could have been avoided just by educating the public. But that proposition is still here and it's still creating homeless. And I think our legislator could address this issue. We have to be part of that push. Right. Thank you.
Great, that's an excellent point. I support you on adding something to that effect because, yeah, we can't solve the problem just within our borders.
So let's regroup on Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, just one more thing. Under infrastructure, conduct a study for a sports complex. It said to support youth sports. And I would throw out that youth would use it part of the day in the summer, all day, winter after school. How about thinking about more use, adult use, senior use, so that we're utilizing those facilities to maximum?
Okay, so not exclusive to youth, just a.
Correct.
Right, sports complex.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Make that modification. All right. So, again, congratulations to the council. You went through all this and you chewed on it and you made some decisions there. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back and we're going to sort these, and then we've identified additional strategies. So ultimately, when this comes back to you, you're going to have another bite at the apple. But we need to take what we saw here today and the discussion that we had and identify which ones, okay, based on the voting, which fall into year 1 to 2, which fall into year 3 to 5, and which are future priorities that don't yet have a date assigned to them. Does that make sense? And what also makes sense is if we take about a 10-minute break and we come back at 2:30. How's that? Okay.
So I'm going to turn it over to, oh, thank you very much. All right, ready to take over, kick it off? Everybody ready?
All right, we're in the home stretch. So the last piece of this, and I'm not going to lie, typically we do this part first, and then we do the goals and strategies. But as we've had today's discussion, I think everything we've talked about will really help us and you define what your vision, mission, and values are. So you're going to get one more chance to do some dot voting. And I want to talk about what a vision statement is. It's your desired future, the Anaheim way. Where do you want to see Anaheim be? And we have spent a lot of time, we've spent all day talking about where you want to be, what you want to do in the next 5 years. It's aspirational. What do you hope to achieve? What are your hopes? Right? That's what a vision statement is. Vision statements should not be paragraphs. It should not be a novel. It needs to be something relatively short that you can ingrain within your culture. They're important statements. What is Anaheim about? Why are you here? Where do you want to be when you grow up? Right? So that's what a vision statement is. So based on all the information we have, we've developed 4 options for your consideration. Again, these are not in stone. They can be modified, but we wanted to share these with you as a place to start. And I'll share this with you since not everyone can read it, but I'll do it anyway. The city of Anaheim combines a vibrant community with world-renowned destinations to create an unmatched quality of life for its residents. This is not who you are now, this is who you want to be. Anaheim is a dynamic community that embraces inclusivity and innovation for the benefit of all those who live, work, and visit. Anaheim is a vibrant community that offers opportunity for all to thrive. Or Anaheim is culturally rich, offering a wide range of opportunities to those who live, work, and visit. So we're going to give you some more dots, and I'm going to let you vote on those. Did we get all the same color, or do we got? Okay. So you're only going to get 1 vote for a vision statement and 1 vote for a mission statement as they're written. And we'll kind of do the same process, right? Whichever one kind of gets the most votes, then we can spend a little time wordsmithing, or we can have staff spend some time wordsmithing as we're running out of time. So that's your vision statement. Okay? So those are the 4 you're going to have to do. So 1 dot for the vision statement and 1 dot for the mission statement, which we're going to talk about next. Values we'll talk about separately after you get done with the first 2. All right. No, I don't want you to vote yet. I changed my mind. Even though it says dot voting, I changed my mind. All right. We're not going to discuss it either. Now we're going to talk about mission statement. Effective mission statement, clearly state the purpose of the organization with the desired outcomes for what the organization stands for and what it will do. That's why is the city of Anaheim here? Why are you all here? Here's some ideas about why you might be here. And these were not drafted by me or my team. They were drafted in collaboration with your executive team. We provide exceptional city services that promote a high quality of life for residents, a supportive environment for businesses, and an inviting atmosphere for visitors. It's pretty good. Second one, we provide exceptional municipal services that support a safe, thriving community and a world-class destination. And thirdly, we deliver exceptional public services to provide a high quality of life for our residents and businesses. And what I like about both the vision and the mission statement is they flow. If those are the first things that people see about you, and then they go, oh, well, what are they doing to get there? Oh, look at all their goals. Look at their strategies. So you've started with your vision statement. You tell us why you're here, and then you show us how you're going to implement all of those things. Is that making sense? Questions, comments? You may not like all the words, but we'll wordsmith it in a bit. Okay? You ready to do your last dot voting of the day? All right. 1 for vision, 1 for mission. You can't put 2 on vision and none on mission. Ready, go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. All right. So we have 4 votes for our vision statement that says Anaheim is a vibrant community that offers opportunity for all to thrive. Shall we wordsmith it a little bit, Mayor? If you'd like.
Sure. I like this one because I thought it was the most clear and concise. The only tinkering that I wrote in my notes is that I really like the word dynamic, because that to me speaks to always changing, thriving, growing, not being afraid to shift, which I think is really the Anaheim way. As opposed to vibrant, I think that's a colorful word, but I'm not sure that encompasses the Anaheim way as much as dynamic.
Would you recommend switching out the word dynamic, vibrant for dynamic, dynamic for vibrant? That's your only change. So it would read, Anaheim is a dynamic community that offers opportunity for all to thrive. Other council member thoughts?
We've changed out the word community in a lot of other places to city. So should it say Anaheim is a dynamic city that offers opportunities?
It's good with me. Council members, you like city?
Fine.
Is that a surrender, or is that?
No, I got some comments, but I'll wait till everybody goes here.
Any other comments on the vision statement, which is number 3? So it would read as okay, sir, yes, sir.
While that was not my vote, if less is more, that does a good job.
Okay.
And the only reason I liked 1 is because to not include our world-renowned destinations is to overlook something that generally internationally Anaheim is known for. However, that being said, if less is more and you want to get this down to the tightest point possible, then number 3 is certainly the one. And as far as dynamic versus vibrant, that's okay with me.
Okay. Any other comments?
I like the culturally rich. However, I'm thinking about that sentence and I don't know if it fits in. Anaheim is a dynamic, culturally rich city that offers opportunity for all to thrive. I don't know how anybody feels about that.
All is all.
All is all.
Could you do diverse? You're good with that.
Okay.
I just a comment. I mean, I'm okay with 3. I liked 1 just because it kind of captured a little bit of
everything. Right.
And made it a little bit more clear. But that's my.
You're good. So if I'm understanding right, what I heard was Anaheim is a dynamic community. Ooh, sorry. Anaheim is a dynamic city that offers opportunity for all to thrive. Yes, sir.
What if Anaheim is a dynamic, world-renowned city that offers opportunity for all to thrive?
Council members? Oh.
Anaheim is a dynamic, world-renowned city that offers opportunity for all to thrive. Too much? Okay.
World-renowned.
Throwing it out there.
World-renowned to me just is too buzzwordy. I mean, I like it. I like where you're going with it because we are first class, right? Our city has multiple teams and it has Disneyland, but I just feel like world-renowned is sort of like, what does that mean to the residents? They're like, it's not world-renowned. I mean, we hear public comment, and some people don't feel that way.
No gold streets and no gold paved streets in my neighborhood.
Okay. So let me try one more time. Anaheim is a dynamic city that offers opportunity for all to thrive. Winner? Woohoo! All right. Awesome. Thank you very much for that. That wasn't so hard, now was it? That wasn't so hard.
It should be something that we can remember and recite at the drop of a hat.
I can't remember anything, so I'm out, but others might be able to remember that, I'm hoping. Okay, let's talk about the mission statements. This one had a little more clear consensus, but they all got something. So let's talk a little bit about number 1, which got the most votes. Is there some wordsmithing that would make this more agreeable to those of you who didn't vote for it?
Yeah, I didn't pick that one. I mean, I liked some of the wording in the other ones, like the supportive environment for businesses. I liked the wording in the second one with thriving. I mean, maybe thriving environment for businesses or supports thriving businesses. I don't know, but I'm not sure what we mean by supportive environment. It doesn't seem very mission-like to me. And then maybe a welcoming atmosphere for visitors, rather than inviting. Welcome the world. Anaheim welcomes the world. That type of goal or mission?
We are officially a welcoming city, incidentally.
And we're kind.
Yes, so I was on that committee.
So Councilmember Meeks, tell me what that would read like.
So it would say, we provide exceptional city services that promote a high quality of life for residents, a thriving environment for businesses, and a welcoming atmosphere for visitors.
I like that one.
You like that one?
Yeah, oh, I voted for the 3 only because I thought it was a shorter version of number 1, but number 1 was my second choice. And so I think those changes are kind of encompass it, because my one kind of ick point with number 3 is that we're not really providing high quality of life for visitors. So I thought that one didn't work for 3 either, but number 1 was my second choice. So I think those changes are just clean it up a little bit.
And the changes that Councilmember Meeks added was
Yes.
good for everyone?
Right.
2 words.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think in number 3, I just liked the use of the word deliver, because I felt like it just gave like strength and
No, I like
focus and purpose. Like we are delivering city services, just seemed really strong to me. But again,
I like that.
How about we
Yeah.
deliver exceptional city services?
Yeah.
Instead of
Provide,
promote.
deliver, yeah.
Or provide. Well, we deliver. We deliver exceptional services.
Yeah, that provide, because promote is insinuating, right?
So we deliver that provide.
Right.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yes.
Steve and Mary, you guys got that? Okay, because they're way better than I am. Okay. Steve, you want to read it off to me, because I can't remember what they said. Here, here's it.
So tell me if I have it right. We deliver exceptional city services that provide a high quality of life for residents, a thriving environment for businesses, and a welcoming atmosphere for visitors.
Yeah. That's rock. That was awesome. All right. Thank you so much.
So how many other cities have that?
Nobody's got that. Nobody is as good as Anaheim. I will tell you that right now.
Yeah.
All right. You guys are comfortable with vision and mission. I have to give you an A+. I have never seen a council do this fast. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. And to come to such a consensus so fast with just a few word changes. So really, really appreciate that effort there. And the department head team effort, because we had a lot longer discussion about it when we were working through it. So thank you. So the last piece of this is values and behaviors. And you all have been in the paper, you've been through some rough patches, and we're moving forward. And we're not going to really talk about that, right? We're not looking back, we're looking forward. And as we're looking forward, and as we have our new vision statement and our new mission statement, what are our values? What are the things that are important to us? What are those things we're not going to cross the line over? And so here, what we're really asking for is kind of a consensus that you agree that these 6 values are things that you embrace as a council, and that it is your expectation that the staff embraces as the employees of Anaheim. So we'll go over these. How come they're not in the same order? Sorry. Go ahead.
Question.
Yeah.
Is this what the city, these are city values?
City values.
These are not necessarily our particular values. These are city values.
City values.
We're looking at the city government, basically.
Yes, your city government.
Our values. Okay.
Yes. So
when we get to leadership, we're demonstrating leadership. This could be leadership across, where the city is a leader in cities. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I just
asking. Okay. So we've got collaboration. We value collaboration by recognizing that team efforts yield the best results, whether they be across city departments or between the community and staff. Leadership. We demonstrate leadership by living our values, being accountable, and doing what is right. Innovation. We value innovation by continuously improving how we work and welcoming new ideas as we seek lasting solutions to community and organizational concerns. Spend a lot of time talking about innovation and being that great city that others look up to. Integrity. We value integrity by fostering transparency and being trusted to do what is right, accountable for our actions, and guided by our values. Respect. We value respect for community members and coworkers by listening to each other and working in partnership. And not finally, but lastly, service. We value timely service to our community and to our colleagues by working together with professionalism and compassion. And really what these values do as Jim and you roll this out to your employees is, this is what we expect. We expect you to act with professionalism. We expect you to respect each other and not to be obnoxious. And we expect honesty, and we expect innovation and integrity and collaboration. Nobody works alone. This job does not get done in a silo by yourself. It is an absolute team effort. And so, is there anything on there that you don't like the way it's worded, but as kind of core values of the city of Anaheim that you would be proud to go out into your community and say, this is the way the city of Anaheim operates?
I don't think there's enough in leadership. And I spoke about leadership earlier. I believe our mayor represents Anaheim across the United States. And she has leadership positions. Our city manager has leadership positions, not only in Anaheim, but regionally, statewide, nationally. I don't see that being, yes, living our values, being accountable, but there's more to it as far as I can see. I don't know how to wordsmith that.
Okay.
But all of us in some degree, and certainly our professional staff, are associated with various organizations, trade organizations that have, that they're in a position of leadership. And I don't see, I want to give our mayor, I want to give ourselves, I want to give our city staff kudos for the fact that we are in leadership positions, not only in Anaheim, but regionally and nationally. And I don't see that here.
Got some words in there, Steve, you might want to think we
Sure,
could
I
throw
was
out?
thinking maybe we could add a few words there that say Anaheim is a leader or will be a leader in regional, state, in regional and state government, or something that says affirmatively that Anaheim is a leader.
Well, additionally, not only are we leadership positions, but there's the responsibility of, once we are in those leadership positions, what that means. And so not only, do we walk the walk, but we talk the talk as well.
So how about
Or maybe the other way
Anaheim
around.
recognizes its need to be a leader?
It's responsibility.
What about?
It recognizes its responsibility to be a leader in local government.
Yeah, I think that's better. And again, we live our values, be accountable, and doing what's right. Yes, we do all of that as well, but I think there's more to leadership than just that.
Okay.
And I'm very proud that Anaheim and our senior staff and our various elected officials have taken leadership positions. Our fire chief, as a matter of fact, every time there's an emergency somewhere in the state of California, he's called out. Our city clerk has, in her own city clerk life, been positioned at various high positions in her career, as I said already about our mayor. So it means more to me than just what is written here. That's all.
I think just as we are going to be revising some of the goal statements, we can put a little more meat on the bones of leadership if the council is comfortable with leadership being one of the core values.
I was going to say or suggest that we can just edit it. So we demonstrate leadership by living our values, being accountable, doing what is right, and representing something. Maybe it's as simple as that.
Something, I just think it needs to include more.
Got it.
That's all. Thank you.
Well, can I think this is one of the hardest things to do, even though we went very quickly through the vision and the mission. I think defining your values, given that it's supposed to drive employee behavior, is creating a list of values that inform, inspire, and instruct the day-to-day actions of our employees in that building. So that they, whether it is, answering a phone call from a resident to, going out to a 4-alarm fire, like they know what their core values are. And so my concern are not necessarily with the values, but how are we incorporating the unique aspects of Anaheim and how we describe the behaviors? And the reason I bring this up, because I have some strong opinions about this, is in just doing some research, there was a study that talks about corporations and how they drive and formulate effective corporate values. 88% of corporations list service as a value. 90% of corporations list integrity as a value. 76% of corporations list collaboration as a value. And I bring that up because are we at risk by just having these kind of broad values out there, not really informing our employees about what we expect as an Anaheim employee, as opposed to an employee of McDonald's, employee of Google, an employee of any other place in America? And so one of the things, and I was looking at something that really stood out to me when we're talking about service. That's obviously a really important value, is customer service. Zappos, the shoe delivery company, their behavior is delivering wow through service. I just love that. Because it's something that as an employee, whether it's your first day or you've been there 20 years, you know your job is to deliver wow. And so I think we need to be a little bit more creative in what we mean by this. When Councilmember Fessel was talking about leadership, the first thing that just kind of popped into my mind is what you're talking about, and what we want to let our employees know is that we are the face of Anaheim. Like, that to me is a really clear behavior, that when you go out there, whether you're answering the phone, returning an email, going out to a conference, like, we are the face of Anaheim. We need to live our values. And I think maybe trying to find some more creative kind of phrases out there that are kind of core to who we are, I think is important as we go through this. And I mean, I know your point, you brought it up, right? Our city's been through a bit of turmoil in the last couple of years. I think if we have to put in our values and our behaviors that we have integrity and we are ethical, that's a problem. It should be a given. And so I'm not necessarily comfortable, if we are gonna do integrity, what are we talking about? Like, if we're saying our value, if we have to put on something that our value is to be ethical, I feel like we have a bigger problem, and obviously things that we need to address. And I don't think it means anything. What are we asking of our employees specifically when we are saying we want your behavior to be with integrity and ethical? I just think we need to dial this down, boil it down a little bit, and kind of give people a little bit more guidance in saying, like, we want you to be ethical. Okay. And one of the things that came out in I don't remember if it was attachment E, the one with the staff. I think it was attachment E. Nope, sorry, I lied. Maybe it was D. D, the employee survey results. One of the employees, and it wasn't identified, but when we're talking about service, I just love that it said, we're saying we value timely service. Okay, of course we value timely service. Like, that's kind of the baseline minimum as a city of what we want our employees to do. One of the staff wrote down, we deliver world-class service. And then somebody else wrote down concierge service. Like, that just spoke to me. Like, if we are talking about concierge level service, that is so much stronger to me than timely. So I think when we go through these, if we can be a little bit more, grab our employees and really let them know what are we asking of them, I think this could actually be something that we could put in the elevator, put in every office, and people would be like, yeah, I know what I'm supposed to do. I know what this city's values are. I know what my council and my leadership team is asking of me. And I know that's a really tall ask, but.
No, it's not at all. I appreciate your comments and your thoughts about this. You are all very Anaheim-centric, and you want to bring out the uniqueness of Anaheim in your values. That's what I heard. And so what I'm thinking is that we pull this back and we do a little bit more work with your staff. And when we bring the draft to you, the draft strategic plan, we'll have some new language, and then you can kind of think about that and talk about that, and I'll work with Jim to figure out how best to do that.
There might be 6 people here that totally disagree with me, by the way.
If that is what the majority of you would like to do. What are y'all thinking?
I agree. But I have a couple of questions. One, who came up with these?
This was your executive team.
Sorry.
That's okay.
That's kind of what I thought.
Sorry. That's okay.
I agree with it needing some more punches. I certainly agree with all of these. I mean, but I have a question. If these are our values and behaviors, is it for our employees or is it for all of us too?
Oh, it's for all of you too.
And that's what I thought, except I heard a couple of comments as, how do we share these with our employees? Well, we need to demonstrate all these things ourselves. So I agree with all of those values, including integrity, because I want to make sure we all know that that is an Anaheim value. And our behaviors should demonstrate that. And so if you want to punch up so it's a little bit more easy to remember, quick, has some stronger language, I'm fine with that too.
I think Natalie was
I'm
next.
sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like more memorable, shorter, quicker phrases that make people remember these things. Maybe today is, do we agree on these values or the concept of these values before we send it back to a marketing team or, I mean, and, yes, our staff came up with these and they're all awesome and they're all great and all the things that we should live by, but they're not marketing people, so they don't come up with the, we deliver wow, and I'm not sure if they can get to, if you can get to that, you're the consultant, right?
Yes, I have all the answers apparently, yes.
But so maybe that's the place we need to be today is, are these our values, and then how to define them in some memorable catchphrase is down the step 2.
Okay.
I've been through a lot of these strategic planning processes in the various organizations that I've worked in, for-profit, nonprofit, city or state. And I just think that when your team comes up with it, it had meaning to them. And let's just face it, we are local government. We're not a company that can be as innovative as we'd like to be because we are limited by city charters and other things that impact our way to move forward. But a lot of these things do resonate with me. So I do think the service, because we are a public-facing organization that is really serving the taxpayers of Anaheim, the fact that that's included is, we are in service of the community. That's something I think that is important. Operating with integrity, I certainly feel like integrity is something that I operate, and I choose to indicate that. So I'm grateful that the city executive team included that. Collaboration is key because I don't think you can get anything done unless you're collaborating, and sometimes you just need to say it. for it to be, for it to resonate with our employees, and especially the newer employees. I think the executive team has been around for quite some time. So when you have younger, new people who may not have that experience, it's good for them to remember. Like, you know, leadership books talk about all this stuff all the time. The respect part, I think, is integral to this, because we're not only respecting the people that we're serving, but each other. So it is a partnership. I actually really did like that. The only thing I think that is missing, innovation is a buzzword, and I'm going to say the buzzword thing again, because I think even when it comes to economic development, everybody always talks about innovation, but we don't really know what innovation means. It means, you know, bringing things, elevating things, making them better. But the one thing I think that is not here is making sure that we are recognizing who we really serve. And that is, I know we have service, but the taxpayers of Anaheim is who we work for. And I'm going to I don't see Chief Armin over there he is. I'll use conversations that the chief and I have had. You know, when somebody calls into our police dispatch and their experience is negative, they don't want to call back. We are elected officials. We serve the people who voted for us. So I don't get to just decide things that are impacting me and my household. It's really how it impacts everybody around us. So I do think that's something that we should probably incorporate, is be responsive, you know, polite. I think we have to remember customer service is key, because the residents of Anaheim are our customers, whether they're calling into our police dispatch or, you know, calling into public utilities. For the first interaction is the experience that they have. And when they have a negative experience, they call us. So I think that's the thing that we need to keep in mind. So overall, I think the values it's internal. This is an internal document. It's not something that needs to be marketed externally with buzzwords. It's really something that just the employees can grasp onto and say, every day when I come into work, this is the thing that I'm striving to accomplish, and I love working for the city of Anaheim and serving the people who live here. So.
Yes, sir.
So I agree with the mayor to make it more like an Anaheim type of, not too generic. I disagree with Councilmember Fessel about leadership. I like it as it is. We work. The resident care about that we have integrity here, we have values. They don't care if I represent Anaheim on the joint board, joint training facility. It's not important for them. But it's important for them that I do my job with integrity. Respect, I like it, but it's too specific. It says right now, we value respect for our community members and coworkers. So we don't respect anybody else's. If we do a traffic stop for somebody we don't respect that person, I will say we value respect by listening and working in partnership.
Okay. Let me back up a second. We've talked about these 6 items. Is there anyone as a group that you'd like to remove? I kind of heard innovation. Maybe it's too buzzwordy to add to a value statement. Service would need to be maybe reworded a little bit. Is there anything that anybody wants to drop? You want to keep them all?
I mean, the leadership one could probably be dropped. I mean, we demonstrate leadership by living our values, being accountable, and doing what is right. I mean, that's kind of in service.
Can we substitute excellence then, or something? If you're going to take my leadership out, what could we put back in?
Well, I understand what you're saying. I think, to me, that's when we see service, are we talking about like public service, as in we are public servants, or are we talking about the delivery of city services in an effective manner? Like, I think that was kind of my, because I agree. I'm not saying that we should remove anything. I'm just saying, if I'm just out of college and I'm 24 and I read this, do I know what my team is asking of me? I'm not quite sure on some of these. So I think that's why I was just trying to beg the question, and I get we're not corporate, and I'm not trying to say that we should be. I mean, it's about clarity in what we're asking of ourselves and our employees. And so if I'm 24 and I read this and I say, I should value collaboration, whether they be across city departments or between the community and staff. Like, how do I put that in practice? What's the action that you want from me to make that value true? And I think that's the harder question that we are trying to define. Because when we're talking about leadership, it could, to me, maybe service becomes excellence when we're talking about the world-class or concierge delivery of city services, and then leadership is really almost public service or service to the community. I mean, I think that's where I got a little bit hung up, and I think that's why the behavior statements are so important to clarify what are we asking of folks. Because we're all on Team Anaheim.
Right. And I think when we talked about service, when we talked with the department heads, that was talking about service to the public, right? That you are a service organization and you serve the public. And so obviously, there's some wordsmithing that can be done here. Would you like to have us wordsmith it and come back later? You want some more discussion?
Well, did anyone have a value that they thought they held dear that wasn't on this list? No.
What about Mike? Does he have any? I'm interested in hearing what Mike has to say.
Nothing to add at this time. Oh. Said Mike never.
Yeah. Mike can help us wordsmith these a little bit more.
I'm sorry.
Dave? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. If I was and thank you for the 24-year-old analogy, but say if I was a 22 or 24-year-old, individual that wanted to consider work for the city, I would hope that I would never engage a city individual, working for the city, that wants to ever say, that's not your job, or you can't do that, or no, we've tried that before, or you need to know your place, or any of those statements. Because what would that do to a 22 or 24-year-old? That is demoralizing. We in business, we know that we can't, say those terms. Is there any way to incorporate that into this?
Like mentorship, well, not mentorship.
Creativity?
I would say that's leadership. Because, you're talking about the 22-year-old, 24-year-old coming in. What about the 55-year-old that has been around a long time and all of a sudden says, hey, we've always done it this way? Well, if you're valuing, or if you have all these values and you are really living and behaving for the values, then you're a leader and should be able to understand that departments can get better. I can get better at working with my staff, the fellow staff members, with everyone across the city. So I would think that's part of leadership. The employee that has more experience can help the newer ones. That's leadership. So again, I would not like to see any of those removed.
I would just say, so leadership is that is like a topic for me. That the one thing I do really, it bothers me when people say stuff like, oh, I'm a leader, or I'm this. It's like, okay, everybody can lead in something, right? It doesn't matter what level you are in your career, you should be leading your position, right? So, I mean, instead of maybe leadership, maybe there's something like, I just had it and I lost it. I'll remember right now. But the leadership part, I think it's important, but maybe it's more about accountability. instead of we replace leadership with accountability. Because, I mean, being accountable is something that we all need to do. And when you're working interdepartmentally with your colleagues, being accountable by being responsive because I think all 14 departments need each other, right? So planning, Public Works needs planning to be responsive, and we all need to be collaborating. So maybe it's the accountability to that.
What about the term teamwork?
Teamwork is always good.
Instead of
Which is
collaboration.
What is that collaboration then? Okay. Oh, yeah, the team efforts, okay, all right.
Because it's just, this is like an empty statement to me. We demonstrate leadership by living our values, okay? Being accountable and doing what is right. The accountability stands out the most. That is leadership, right? When you're accountable for your mistakes, for the things you do right, for the, being responsive.
Maybe a good exercise, oh, I'm sorry.
So maybe they can just, again, rewrite it.
Yeah.
I mean,
because they combine it, sorry.
I was just saying, I think maybe a good exercise would be if we all crafted, turned them in, or don't if you don't want to. So, okay, I'm so sorry.
Take it over, Mayor.
No, I like where you're going with it.
Go ahead.
It's a voluntary extra credit exercise. Everyone will get a gold star whether you do it or not. But, drafting a behavior statement that does not include the word in the sentence. So I can't use service in the sentence that defines
service. Gotcha.
And I think that actually might help us dial down a little bit what we're talking about.
You can do that. You're the council. You can do whatever you want.
She's like, no, Carlos, you cannot do that.
Steve, help me? How do we
So we're going
get
to do
them
a
over this
definition
hump?
for each of these? So service will have a definition that doesn't include service?
Right, and if we all just, because I do think this is really important, and I love this. I don't know why I'm nerding out on this, but I just think if it's something that we all kind of take a step back and over the next couple of days, just one sentence for each of these 6 values that just doesn't use the word in the sentence. And you can use some of these things, but just, if you, instead of saying we value integrity, just what do you value when you say integrity, what do you mean? Right, does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then we can just turn it back into the team and they can.
And I think we could even give you about 2 weeks.
Ignore
now,
it.
mind you, these are value statements, not definitions, right? And that's why you see the word in the statement. But I think we can give you 2 weeks, and if council people want to share some thoughts, that will help us as we package all this and bring it back to you.
Or were you thinking you wanted to do it now?
No.
Okay.
Because I also want, and it's funny, I had written down some, values that weren't on here, and then I was like, no, that's not. It would also just be interesting to just kind of noodle, are there values out there that aren't on this list that we kind of noodle a little bit and say, you know what, I think we're missing this. This is important to us as a city.
Under integrity, there's not the word honesty in there anywhere, and I think that would be important. And under leadership, and again, I'm not sure how you'd craft it, but, often the term, we lead by example or something. There's no word example in there. We need to be the example.
Demonstrate.
Yeah, or,
An example?
yeah. So I'm trying to throw, if we're trying to take these words out, then we have to substitute other words. So I'm trying to think of other words we could put in there.
Well, typically a statement has the word. I mean, that's why the word is duplicated. We did that on purpose. So that's, but we can obviously relook at that.
No, I'm just saying, that's why I said
as
an
an
exercise.
Yeah.
Get your chat GPT out.
There you go.
Oh, I didn't think of that. That's brilliant. We'll put this in chat GPT.
So,
I don't want to get, I know, I'm just trying to be sensitive that it's 3:30
Yeah.
and we haven't gotten to public comment yet. And so but I think this is important, and I just want to make sure that our employees are really clear about what we're asking, and I would love to have something that if we hung it in the elevator, people would be like, yes, this is a place I want to work. I agree with all of these, and it's specific enough that I know what they're asking me, and I agree with these values.
So voluntarily, council members, if you'd like to do that, why don't you write your thoughts down about, can we agree that we're not going to change these, or we're going to add? Are we going to, you don't want, 400 of them, right? So 6 seems like a reasonable number. You all have agreed to those 6. The exercise is really to define how we want people to behave when we're talking about collaboration or leadership or innovation, right? Y'all willing to do that? No? Yes? Maybe? I don't care. If you can absolutely leave the door open. But let's, no, this is it, we're done. No, you can leave the door open. If there's some other value you come up with that you'd like to really have added, we'll put that back in front of the council for consideration. How's that sound?
And just noting, as the council is reviewing and making these thoughts and putting them, not to share them among the entire council members, but just using city managers, you could submit, and then we'll go from there, just so we don't run into any Brown Act.
No sharing.
Well, can't we just email it to them?
Or you can email it to me directly.
Or you can
yeah. Yep. Yeah. No copies. No blind copies. No any kind of copies. All right? All right. I'll give you 2 weeks from today. And no, if I don't hear from you, then I'm going to assume you don't care. All right? Yeah, we'll help with that as well. Yeah. Okay? All right. We gonna talk about priorities? Okay.
So we really are in the home stretch, to keep going with the Super Bowl analogy, where we're inside the 5, or maybe even on the 1-yard line at this point. And, this was a workshop. So you're not walking out of here today with your final strategic plan. It's going to take a little extra work, and we're going to talk about what those additional steps are. But when you do adopt your strategic plan, because you are and you will, some important things to keep in mind about staying on track with your priorities, because you went through all this exercise, all this thought, all this brain damage, and you don't want it just to sit on the shelf. It needs to be actionable. So some things to keep in mind. You want regular progress reporting. Again, what gets done is what gets measured, right? If you're going to measure something, it's going to get done. It's important to hold off on big new initiatives until the next time you revisit your goals and your strategies. We would encourage you to do this at least annually. Now, it won't be as painful as this, because you'll have a strategic plan in place, you'll have a framework, you'll mostly be reaffirming your goals and updating your strategies. And you want to keep your priorities in mind. So here's some criteria to keep in mind when adding new initiatives, because life happens, things happen. There can be a natural disaster causing a response. There could be all sorts of things that happen. So good things to keep in mind. Obviously, if there's an emergency, worldwide global pandemic, that will cause you to change what you're doing. So that's a good one, not a good one. That's something that can happen. Opportunities for outside funding. You never want to walk away from free money. So if there's an opportunity to pursue some additional money, and it's going to require that you kind of rejigger your priorities, well, certainly you do it because you want the money. If there's an opportunity to work with multiple other agencies, other cities, the county, the state, and it's something that has to happen now, well, then obviously you pursue that. And if there's something that's a safety issue, if all of a sudden there's the 100-year flood, which seems like they're going to be happening, every 5 years these days, and you have to address those safety issues, you do that. And of course, everybody's favorite, changes from Sacramento, right? Sacramento changes the law, and all of a sudden you have to respond. But it's important to understand, when you add a new priority, you got to take a hard look and decide what comes off the plate, or what can be put off. Maybe it was something you planned to do this year, but because of some change, you're just not going to be able to get there. Then you need to assess, because if you just keep heaping on and heaping on, you're never going to really get it all done, and you're back in firefighting mode. I want to jump that. So before we get to public comment, boom. So Mayor, I'm going to kick it back to you or to the clerk to manage public comment, and then we'll circle back.
So I figured if I hung around long enough, we'd have dinner. So really, the strategic plan, we should call it Anaheim Forward. Okay, that's not exactly. Also, I wanted to point out, I know in your graphics, the team over here, I don't remember seeing anything about people on food stamps, EBT card, how many people are living on the edge, and things of that sort, that people are, that close to being evicted, things that we really have to, besides the homeless issue, other variables about people living on the edge. I'm 65 years old, and it's like, taking it month to month. I'm on Social Security, and I have one of those EBT cards because they don't give me enough each month to, barely pay the rent, and then I've got a few $100 to let, get me through. So there's all these, besides these, wonderful points, connect the dots and all this we got going here. There's so many people that are living food insecurity. They're living so much on the edge, and there's a lot of more than you could possibly imagine. Yes, the homeless issue is the greatest. Also, when you think that a lot of this, it's a 10-year plan, which I don't know, because priorities seem to change as administrations come and go. And we already had 2 years ago, we had, most morally bankrupt mayor that we could possibly ask for, and everybody just kind of went along with it until the FBI had to step in, and then now the state. So, things could just go out the window, as we know. And to think that we're, a big city, I've seen it since I was a child, with orange groves and strawberry fields, and it was farmland. And now we are basically Orangethorpe to Orangewood, Knott Avenue to Knoll Ranch Road, and we are Anaheim. Let's make our priorities and stick to them. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Brian Kay.
Thank God he's not here. He's not here.
We'll go to our next speaker, Mastal T.
Buenas tardes. Hello, everybody. I agree with Mark Daniels. I'm actually from the EBT tribe, Eat Better Tomorrow tribe. I also have CalFresh, and there is not enough, and that should be added, or think of us, The other thing I wanted to mention is maybe calling it Strategic Colonist Plan. Just kidding. The fire department chief, when he made that very racist comment towards about Mexican Americans, I was sitting at the bench, Coyote Gabrieleño tribal bench on Center Street. He did apologize. That was very nice of you. I accept that apology. But we're not going to fully accept that apology, because when we have a high school and we're talking about what Mark Daniels just explained, there's a lot of people of color that are, I just hear this and that, and the only way it's going to change is if we had, I wish there was more people involved. I can't believe there's not a lot of people here. Maybe because of the location. I was asking a few older people that work for the city of Anaheim for more than 30 years, and why I can't even get there. They don't even have money to take the bus. People don't have, the gas prices are going higher. The corporations are moving things. Another thing I want to add about Sacramento, the city of California. Senator Ramos, a tribal member of the Samonal and Cahuilla. Cahuilla is part of the Yuto Azteca people, and the majority of the people live here are Chicano Mexicanos. And when the fire department chief said that statement, I said, we need more Mexican Americans or Hispanics, Latinos, whatever's politically correct, in the fire department. He said, you said what? Yeah, you heard right. Walked away, but he apologized. But we will not accept apology to the fullest until the city of Anaheim, respectfully, I'll say it like that, the German way, until we change the name of the school to Colonists at Anaheim High School. And thank you so much.
Our next speaker, Gloria Mai.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you so much for holding this workshop in a very public place where there's plenty of transportation to and from, if anyone really wants to get here. I just want to start by saying there are 8 West Anaheim residents here today that have been here all day. There were 9, but we're very interested in our city and moving it forward in a positive way. So thank you for that. And seeing all the stickers reminds me of a couple of meetings that I attended back in 2018, 2019 that had at least or nearly 100 people at every single meeting. And every individual resident in those meetings was able to come up and list their priorities on boards similar to this, of what was important to them in their districts to be improved upon. So I'd be curious to see how those results, which are in the record now, archived, how they will compare to what we end up with here in the strategic plan workshop and the results of all of this. So I'm sure a few of you know what I'm referencing. So thank you so much. I really appreciate this. It's been wonderful, and I appreciate the dialogue that's taken place. It gives me a lot of hope. Have a good day.
And our next speaker, Denise Barnes.
Hi, good afternoon. First of all, I want to say this was much needed for a long time. I think it's a good investment of an afternoon, and that you brought your minds, open heart, in recognizing how sad our city is right now. We're under a cloud of real shame, of real transitioning to revitalize, and that has to come from inside. A gut feeling of knowing that we have shamed a lot of people, and that there's a certain sense of tarnishment throughout the county when you talk to other council members across the city. But I do see a ray of hope, light at the end of the road, but I think it's going to have to start at the top with you. There's a motto I've always used: to whom much is given, much is required. And I truly believe that you are here because God has assigned you for a time and place to do your work. So again, as humble servants to the people that voted for you, had hopes and dreams and opportunity to spill their voice to you, I pray that this strategic plan become just the first step of many to give our city that integrity, honesty, and blooming, thriving community. Yes, we're a city, but we are a community of many people, whether you're in Little Arabia or what we say as 2 cities, Anaheim Hills and the West Side. But honest to goodness, I think a lot needs to be said. I wish we would have had a board up here where we could have texted in, well, what about vaping? What about smoking shops? What about a florist maybe, or a dog groomer? You know, I know we talk about big business, but the little guy should be represented in your thoughts as you move forward. I only have a moment left, but really those things from the audience would give you food for thought and how they need to thrive and grow, and not these vape shops and more barber shops that seem to be plaguing Brookhurst and Magnolia. The other thing is Anaheim Stadium. For God's sake, this thing is going to come up. How much longer are we going to wait for somebody to do the infrastructure on that stadium? We're not going to wait for it to fall down and have a mega lawsuit, but honest to God, nothing is being done for that infrastructure, and we need to take care of that. I think that is biggest number one rock. We could stand to lose a lot. The other thing is, I know we talked about trip and falls, but it'd be great to know how many claims we paid through the years on just that small infraction. Another thing I'd like to say is that if you're in it for the next year to run, please, please get out there and listen to your voters. Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, that concludes all in-person speakers addressing the City Council.
Thank you, and thank you, former Councilmember Barnes. And if there is anybody in the audience that has thoughts, comments, please email them to us. This is not over. This is just the first step, and I know we would all love to hear if there were questions that you had or something wasn't clear. Please feel free to share those and email those to us. I would love to hear from you. Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, we're going to close the public comment section and move to council and staff comments on the workshop. Do any council members have any closing comments on the workshop? Seeing none, I'm going to turn it over to our friends from Baker Tilly to take us through the next steps. Oh, sorry. Mr. City Manager, did you?
Just really quickly wanted to do some thank yous. Really want to thank Convention Center staff for setting up this great room for us for this very great meeting. I want to thank Mike Lister and communication staff for putting all of this material together for the workshop as well. And then selfishly, Alyssa Guerrero from my office for doing a lot of behind the scenes working with Baker Tilly. And then finally, thank you Baker Tilly for a wonderful workshop. Thank you so much.
It's our pleasure. Thank you. This is probably not the last time you'll see us, but I hope you found the day worthwhile and putting you on the right path to having a 10-year strategic plan. So what we're going to do next is we are going to draft a strategic plan based on all the comments we heard today. We will bring that to you as a draft, so you will still have an additional time to make comments and changes, and as things change, confirm everything that we've learned today. Then staff is going to create the strategic plan and the implementation action plan. And that implementation action plan is really what's the guiding document that Jim and his executive team are going to use to make sure that things get done when they're supposed to get done. And then you all will decide how often you want to hear about the strategic plan. Twice a year, they can come with a report that will say, hey, this is what we've done, this is where we are, this is what's completed, this is where we are with these other projects. So it's a really useful tool, and I think that you'll all find it very helpful as you move this plan forward. That's it. That's the three of us. There's one last thing I'm going to ask of you, and anybody in the audience who would like, is it would really be helpful to us to know what you thought about the day, what we could do better, what you liked, what you didn't like, and you just a little QR code and on your phone. With that, Jim, do you have anything else? With that, Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs, do you think you could just, to the council and maybe the city manager's office, email us that link as well as your contact information so we can, if we have any other further questions or comments or something occurs to us in the middle of the night tonight, we just refresh and bump to the top of our inboxes your guys' contact information?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So with nothing further, this concludes the workshop. Thank you again to our staff and to all the residents that were here. We really appreciate your input and appreciate you giving up a Saturday to be here with us. We stand adjourned until February 13th, 2024, which is this Tuesday.